fight the power like BITCHUTE.
What's the status, 3?
I'm good, just making the world a better place, that's all.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Rest in peace, the Dark Chameleon.
Peace to the
Listen, check it, yo. It was a cold April morning under the constellation Aries. The moon was 85% under the luminaries. From the celestial waters to the womb my soul was carried. Then my mother gave birth to a warrior and visionary. But when I speak this truth, I feel like nobody hears me. Every once in a while, I give sight to someone blind, floating on the globe in the heliocentric lie. Dilate your pupils the more you open your eyes. The truth is sitting in plain sight like a disguise. Until my mother's death is revenge, I won't be satisfied. It haunts me when I think about the phone call when she died. A river worth of tears shed from my eyes. So I looked up at the sky and I asked God why. It's been 21 years, I'm still waiting for a reply. Since birth I've been at war to attack our undeveloped minds. Indoctrination camps making us dumb, deaf and blind. I'm always thinking solutions, we are running out of time. The dirty witchcraft is weak, I see through all the lies. I clearly analyze all the symbols and the signs. When I connect dots, the truth starts to align. The people are the power, you can never eclipse my shine. I say the truth hurts, but the truth will set you free. They say hell burns and there's a one-way ticket for me. You create your heaven or hell whether or not you believe. I'm God and Satan, I have to balance out my chi. One day these seeds I plant will bloom so you can be all you can be. Never give up and always hold your head high, cause you are God, there's no need to look to the sky.
Bing, bing.
Cool. Great introduction. No need to look to the sky. Actually, we've probably been looking at the sky for so damn long, we've missed the bloody, what's at our feet, right?
Let me see. I gotta take this picture out. I don't know who this lady is. Here. I know.
Well, she could be the Virgin Mary.
That's what I was thinking. I just kept some of the pictures we were looking at yesterday. This old apron from the Masonic Lodge.
Right.
I like the art on it. I think that's pretty cool, man. The artwork.
Yeah, it's got like the cross and a couple of bat wings, you know. It's showing the both sides there.
Real people on a job site used to wear these aprons that had 2 pockets. They were cloth like that. And it was mostly like people doing taping and stuff and sanding. Like the people doing the sheetrock department always had this like sorry ass cloth apron. I call it a cloth tool belt, but you know, because on the job site, on the job site, you bump into electricians, especially when you're a framer. You bump into the electricians, the plumber, all types of people end up coming by. If you're doing a 3-family, when you're done with the first floor and you go up, you know, plumbers and electricians are right in. They're coming right behind you. Anyway.
Plus the fact that you know, just simple tools could be kept in the front of a pouch.
Peace,
you know,
Dominic.
You can wipe your hands or your fingers just momentarily to get the biggest amounts off. Because you always got plaster and stuff on your hands or dust. Just, I mean, if you're shiprocking, and you're a cutter, you know, you've got to measure and cut it. You want pretty clean hands. You don't want to be bloody putting fingerprints all over the shit. You know.
Well, you know, as far as yesterday's show, you know, I was saying to In the Groove, and you know, I respect everyone that was up here. I'm not talking shit about no one. I personally, me, trying to meet people halfway. I don't care if they're Christian, Muslim, I don't care what label they put on themselves. To me, I look past that because I see the bigger picture. And, you know, I get what Axis was saying, and I agree. If you don't know the Bible, you can't debate someone on the Bible. You know, and
Yeah,
I used to have the same anger that was on the live stream yesterday. Oh, fuck that book. Oh, you know, I used to be like, oh, football, punt that shit. But then I realized I didn't get anywhere with people that were really, I was pushing them away. And then they didn't want to hear me out. So, you know, I'm trying to meet people halfway and have them realize it doesn't matter if you're Christian, Muslim, black, white, whatever color you want to put. You're the enemy of the oppressor. And the only way we could change this world is by working together. But it's going to be tough, man, because so much divisive stuff. Peace, Dion Sandals.
Hey, Dion. Yes, we've got to overcome our differences. And if we don't make an obvious step to do that, then we're just going to hang in.
Damn. Sorry.
Our beliefs, and we're not going to be open to others. You know, if we can't be open to others, how the hell are we ever going to unite as a people against these bloody oppressors? Because that's who we're really fighting. That's who we're being, not say fighting, but, well, it is a kind of a fight. It's not actually fisticuffs as such, but it's a fight when you're in a world and you're being oppressed for your just being alive, right? You're not. It's not oppressed because of your religion or anything. It's oppressed because you're alive, right?
That people are saying they want to, you know, it's just that's going to be so tough. That's why, you know, to me, you know, they say it's being, someone said in the chat yesterday, it's masculine energy. Since when is yelling and screaming masculine energy? At a young age, I was taught to be calm.
I've heard a lot of different people.
And not just spaz out, man. You got to control that energy. But like I said, man, I'm not talking shit about nobody. I have no problems. What was that kid's name? Nathan. He's young, very young, in his early 20s. He's got a long way to go. I got 2 decades on him, if not a little more. And I don't claim to know it all either. I probably could learn something. Or not probably, I can learn something from Nathan.
Age is not a barrier for learning, right?
Yeah. I used to say the Bible's all bullshit. But there's a lot of stuff in there that became useful.
Well, the thing is, when you've got such a world that we live in, that's kind of like designed around it, right?
Yeah.
You can't really avoid it.
Yeah, it used to be
Um,
basic instructions before leaving Earth. Now it's basic indoctrination before leaving Earth. I'm joking. I'm
well,
joking.
to me, it's a continuation of an already subliminal message, really. Because how many times could you put a child? If you use this adage, you could put a child in school. You could teach it the program. You could take it out of school and give it 2 years break or a reset. Just on the same token, and then slip it back in again. Give it another 2 years indoctrination, then slip it out so it doesn't have to have any and it can go and live free will. But eventually, if you keep slipping it back in, it will eventually take on everything that it learned while it was being programmed.
Peace, Mama.
And, that's what I feel this world is. It's like been programming us since, before this, even the last couple of 100 years.
I don't like, and I get what In the Groove's saying, if it doesn't come from within, regurgitating a Bible is the same as regurgitating a textbook in school. I don't, and I enjoy reading books. I used to hate books, truthfully. But then I realized the more I read, I would, being a poet or writing rhymes, it furthered my lyrical ability. You know what else I thought about this picture with the two heads? It reminded me of the two-headed bird looking each way. It reminded me of the two-headed dragon I got looking each way. It's probably the same thing. So I got a dragon picture, the same as the double head holding the sun and moon. And the snake too, which is interesting.
Well, usually a male and a female. You could say that of the snakes too. There's one male, one female. You could say that of these two pillars. They're representing two of the same.
It's like the word Super Bowl. I'll never forget when somebody said, it's not the Super Bowl, it's Superb Owl. And I said, get the fuck out of here. I said, that's been in my face this whole time. And I never put two and two together. It does say Superb Owl. And Super Bowl, right. But it's Superb Owl. We talked about this symbol yesterday right here with Saturn's cube in the center.
Yep.
I'm just showing these before I get down to the nitty gritty here. Then we had the picture here with the drag queen. I mean the Queen of England. And her nurse got the Masonic and the symbolism on her belt buckle.
Yeah,
I mean, look at her.
Done. Yeah.
Look at her eyes, and just look at her face expression, man. Just she looks real. If that's a woman or man, whatever, you could tell the attitude on that person or entity. The attitude you could see in her eyes, the gates to the soul, devious, vindictive, evil, is pouring out of her eyes and face.
Got something else going on in there besides Buddy being a.
What if you slapped her with a bloody tampon? I don't know why I thought of that.
Me neither, bro. But it's random. We don't worry about the random.
Yeah, I didn't really get this too much. The front, Plato. It looks like an R, but I don't know. Whatever. That was a little confusing. And then the two gang signs for the Christians and Satanists. That's their gang sign.
Yep, and you can just turn that man's body the other way up, and it's the
Yes.
horns become
Very
the
good
legs.
eyes. Very good, Dean. I forgot about that. Glad you brought that up again. When you said that yesterday, I was like, oh shit. Fucking right. Alright. What's next? Oh, the crescent moon lady. Bing! I'm gonna align all the pictures I got with a man, woman, dragon. I got all sorts. Whenever I see a crescent moon shaped like that, I download it.
It's pretty much depicted twice there because she's got some kind of cape coming off the back of her neck, which also looks like the crescent moon, right?
That's true. And behind, no, that's a pen mark. What are they holding on to, right?
Yeah, to me it looks like one of those weather vanes, or
Well,
you know, the weather.
you can make a 6-pointed star with that if you draw it out.
Yeah, so there's like, for me, it's almost the flowers of Scotland. You know, the thistle flower.
Damn birds. They're always using a bird. I like this picture.
Super owl, superb owl.
Yeah. Superb owl, 112 and 49. So the 49 would be what? It ain't the reverse. It would be the what is it called? When you, it's not the deduct, it's the, anyway. Damn, Catholicism. The red and blue, which makes purple. Yeah, man. I'm glad,
All false idol worship. Right.
yeah,
I just reading Dion's.
2024, the year of the dragon.
Is it the year of your dragon? I asked Maureen that yesterday, or a couple of days back. It's the year of the dragon, isn't it, this year? And she says, "Well, I'm not sure."
Yeah, I was born in the year of the cock. Believe it or not, that bird, the cock.
Yeah.
That's what it says in Chinese. It says cock. And I'm like, God, of course. 1981, it figures. I'm born in the year of the cock. What a dickhead.
I was born in the year of the horse. According to Chinese carrier thing.
Huh. I thought of Mr. Ed when you said that. Wilbur. Here's another one with the crescent moon. And then, yeah, here's another owl. Now, I forgot what I was looking up that brought me to this owl. It had to do with masonry. And then it made me think of Bohemian Grove and the owl they worship. These are all the owls. Bohemian Club, 1872. National Press Club, 1908. New York Herald, It's on the building. Yeah, I've showed pictures of that one, New York Herald. And then the Disney. Well, that stupid number's in the way. I can't read that word.
What's that one?
Sclerophia. Sclerophia, 1859. Then you got Yale, which is in Connecticut. And then Leeds. I don't know what that is. They use the Beehive here in New Britain. They even had the New Britain Red Sox had a minor league team called the New Britain Red Sox. And they called it Beehive Stadium.
Huh. Yeah, that's funny because our bloody Parliament House is called the Beehive.
Interesting. And then they moved. New Britain Red Sox went somewhere else, and then the Minnesota Twins minor league team came. And then they moved years later. They were the New Britain Rockcats. It was the Minnesota Twins AA teams, and they left and went to Hartford. Now they're the Hartford Yard Goats. Yard Goat, right? And then now they have some, I forgot what league it is, but it's the New Britain Bees. And they got the yellow and black Beehive. Even City Hall got, like, New Britain is known for the Beehive, and it's crazy, man. So much Masonic stuff everywhere.
All these have the owl, right?
Yeah, different owls, like this one.
It's got to be the smart a reference to the smart, to the smarter bunch, you know. I mean, if you've got an owl for a Super Bowl and it's got superb owl, right, basically, Super Bowl, well, I mean, you're looking at what do you call it? An excellence of the body, isn't it? It's not just an excellence of the mind. It has to be a fairly good excellence of the mind if you're going to be able to not only play well and your body is in top form, but also your mind has to be in top form too. So that, you know, all your execution of your movements and that is done so that you can achieve your goal, right? The goal. A little swastika on there on the 4-leaf clover.
Yeah.
Basically, they're just arrows.
That's what
pointing in the direction
that's what
of
the
the flow.
4-leaf clover is. It represents the swastika, and that's why I just thought of this. You know, I watch a lot of videos about, like, California prison and stuff and how they're segregated by race, and a lot of white people that are high up in the they're either, like, they explain that the Woods aren't racist, but then you have the what's the name of that group, man, that are racist? They use the swastika. Now they also tattoo the shamrock on you, and you have to be, there's only like a handful of people that rock that shamrock. You have to put in a lot of work, they say. But yeah, that's what it is. That's why they use the shamrock. It makes sense to me now, because it is the swastika. Anyway.
Oh, yeah, you carry on. That's good. Breaking it down, bro.
I don't know what this is.
Symbols.
Yeah, the Tao of symbols. Tao. So that means it's like, how to
A
transcend the
description?
limits of our symbolism. I don't know. It says, or
It's like a chart of symbols, Teo.
Yeah, I thought of the PlayStation controller when I seen that. All they're missing is the X. Circle, triangle, square. It's a cheat code. Like, even look at the PlayStation controller, man. No one can't tell me that there ain't sacred geometry in that. Not only are you controlling a character on a scrying mirror, right, for video games,
Yeah.
you're pressing symbols used in spells and stuff, even though nobody owns the circle or the triangle, you know. Anyway.
And yet you're still pressing them, and you're still making well, you're controlling movement from pressing symbols, and just got to wonder in which key order they are in when they're doing those. You know, you might be like a high Masonic lodge member manipulating through symbols work, you know, different business schemes in the community.
That's true.
Same way as you manipulate a video game, they are manipulating business in communities, and they manipulate the businesses in the communities because they're they're getting that, you know, all the profit comes back to them anyway. Of course it does. That's why they invented tax, you know. Here and back. Hey, Lonnie.
Dean, Kendall, how you doing, buddy?
Bloody hard man to catch you are, aren't you?
How's my audio?
It's good.
Yeah, yeah, right. Yeah, we've been trying to do this for a while. How's everybody doing today?
I'm pretty good. I mean, yeah.
So,
no, why would they have?
So what are we building on today?
I'm just going to talk about Gilgamesh, the Annunaki, the Tree of Life, DNA. What else did I want to add into that? Frequency. You got a lot of interference. Are you moving around?
No, I'm actually sitting on the couch.
You hear that too?
What was that?
You hear that noise? Let me see if I can fix it. I think I did last time. Unmute the mic real quick, Lonnie. I remember last time I fixed it by messing with the the mic settings. There we go. There we go. It's gone.
What have you been up to, Lonnie?
Now look. Look at this picture. What's up, Dominic?
Hey, Dom.
Why is the horse look like these guys all look the same, like they're brothers and shit?
Yeah.
The horse got one of their heads. Like, what does that symbolize? I think this is Gilgamesh. Oh, Gilgamesh and Enkidu. That's what it says. Gilgamesh and Enkidu. Humbaba. That's what it says. Yeah, see, it's back, the interference. Am I bugging or y'all hear that? I got headphones on, so it might be different.
Yeah, I got headphones on too. Hey, Dom.
Sorry,
Do you
guys.
hear
Hey,
that,
Charles.
Dean? Do you hear that, Dom, or am I bugging? Maybe it's me. Oh, it's gone now, but when he unmutes, it goes click, click. It's doing some sound. But anyway, what's up, Dominic?
Hey, guys. Hey, Charles. Hey, Dean. Hey, Lonnie.
Hey, Tom.
What do you think this depicts, Dominic? This tree of life there in the center. Do you think that's DNA? I've heard many different answers. DNA, to, damn, what are DNA, and then the tree of life.
It looks like you see the big. It looks like a big giant cone, man. Like what he's holding up to that back of that dude's head or his ear.
Hold on.
He's definitely holding up something there to his
But
ear.
it definitely resembles.
Man, your bloody speaker's lousy. Bloody
Yeah, I
must pull
know.
you off,
We got to get
Lonnie.
Lonnie some headphones or something, man. That's the connection.
Can you get some headphones for your thing
We're
that
not
have
picking
actually got
on you,
a?
Lonnie.
Nah, we're
It's
not.
just the sound's bad. Well, not the sound. It's the interference like type noise. It's not you. You sound all right. Yeah, yesterday, Dominic, you were asking me. I didn't see the back chat. You wanted to discuss something. And I was like, damn, I got late because I had stepped away. But yeah, you're always welcome to talk about anything, Dominic.
No problem, Charles. You guys are talking about this right now, the Tree of Life.
I don't know. I was going to go into some Annunaki, Enlil, and Enki, and I forgot the other names. There's Enlil, Enki, and a couple other names. But I also wanted to talk about like DNA, the tree of life, frequency. What else did I put in the title? Anyway.
How's that? How's that, guys?
It's all right.
Yep, it's all right. Yep, yep. Just
Everyone in the chat says we hear it. I just looked at the chat right now. Peace, Stationary Pizza and Gabriel.
Hi to everyone in the chat. Hope you're doing well.
Gabriel says you might be too close to the mic. I don't think Lonnie has a mic.
Well, I plugged in the earphones now, so
You know what it
should be a
could
little
be?
different.
Look at the settings. Like when you're on the thing, go to, I don't know if your settings are the same as mine, but I go to more and then I go to settings and then it'll come up audio and camera, and you go into audio, and if you could change it from default to wire headphones or wired headphones or wireless headphones. There's an option, and if you are on the wrong setting, it'll sound terrible. Peace, Smoking, and G Sharp. When you set the echo and background noise on in StreamYard will flip. Turn them off. Huh. I usually get the opposite. I'm gonna turn them off. Alright. So turn off echo and background. Let's see what happens. Alright, go ahead, Lonnie. Okay. Sounds great. I was being sarcastic. I just picked up some herb, man. Well, I didn't pick it up. My roommate did, and this stuff is purple. Oof. Well, I didn't pick it up. Now I hear echoes. This stuff. I hear me in the background. And anyway, in the background. Who's that?
How's the weather where we are? Well, actually, it's not too bad. We're a bit overcast, Dom. We had some rain during the night. I can see the ground's quite wet outside. It's 6:55, 5 minutes to 7, which is daylight saving time. So really, it's 5 to 5, because we're an hour ahead. It's interesting that I've been taking photos. I didn't take one this morning when I woke, but I took one yesterday. I try to take them when I wake up around 5 in the morning, just to get the first light pictures. I want to take note of this so that I know where the sun's coming up during the winter time and what the difference is between what might be peak, what they say is peak winter solstice and summer solstice, because I have a feeling it's not lining up with the world model.
Here's that crescent moon on the bottom again. Enki.
In fact, they're all just about got crescent moons on their heads. Excuse me.
Anu was the god of the sky, and Lil is the god of the wind. Enki is the god of the earth, and Ninursaga, god of soil and vegetation. I probably tore that name up.
Ninursaga.
Ninursaga? I don't know.
Could be. Yeah, could be. Yeah, I don't know what they're doing with their brother's bloody horns here, but they got hold of his horns.
I got this picture. I already showed that. Oops. Oopsie. Yeah, that's a good name for Lonnie, hair and back. Because he's hair and back. Oh, that was stupid, right? I was at this river today. The river was high.
Yeah, backed up to see if this was any better. I'm using the headphones.
Yeah, it's way better. Way better. This might be a little echo, but it's a million times better. See? This was such a good view right here. It didn't put my watermark in the picture. I'm kind of pissed about that. It's supposed to put my name in the left-hand corner. But anyway. The water was pretty high here. In the summertime, the water's low here.
Got some kind of bus through the trees.
Yeah. It is, yeah. I was, man, I went to East Hartford today. And there's a hiking trail near this river here. So I was like,
I got
I'm
a
gonna go
question for you,
hiking.
Charles.
Huh?
So are all your school buses there, or do they have super dark tinted windows now?
Some of them, yeah.
Man, all of them do
That's
here. What's up with that?
that's because, you know, think about this. All right. You know, this for educational purposes only. When I was in school, parents could freely go in and out. You actually felt you actually can choose to come and go. Nowadays, even if it's, you know, the father, you got to sign in to get your child. And then they say because of this and that, a bunch of excuses. But if you look at the statistics on it, it's BS. And with these pow-pows that have been going on, I want to say, in these buildings, I got to watch with some words I say. That's the same reason is. Well, hold on. The same reason for the September event to militarize the police. They're going to use those events to prisonize the school. The school's like a prison. Look at the doors.
That's what I was
saying.
saying.
Look at the buses.
So
it's to hide the children.
So when you register your kids to a school, they then belong to the school.
Yeah.
So you register a kid like you register a child like you do a car.
Yeah, right. Oh shit, that's a good point, man. I like that. Good point.
So you don't get into school. So you don't get into school unless you register your child to the school, not all the schools, but just that school, which is part of the corporation of schools, like the Indianapolis School Corporation. So just like when you register a car, you register your car, even though you own the car, you register the car to the Bureau of Motor Vehicles Corporation.
Good on you, Lonnie. Keep going.
So now kids are property of a individual corporation that would be Lonnie Allen B. So I take my property and I register my property to a public school. So therefore, that corporation is in charge of my property because I've signed my property over to this school, which there in turn gives the CPS, Child Protective Services, the authority to come and confiscate my child, my property, which I've already relinquished control over to the school corporation. Does that sound about right?
That sounds about right.
Yeah.
All right. I just wanted to make sure that I understood it.
Yeah, I don't know. I have my opinions on schooling or indoctrination camps. I have my opinions, but
you see, I like how you've got those.
I can't speak about them on here.
See how we've got the DNA strands, and then we've got the frequency or the
somatic.
the frequency above it, the somatic frequency.
And that's why I wanted to talk about that, and then blood too, because it seems that's what they're holding here in this picture. That's what people have said. It's the DNA, the tree of life. But there's so many variations of the tree of life. The placenta, the actual tree. They call the magnetic mountain at the center the tree of life. So, and then you got the family tree, which is also like the tree of life. So there's so many variations. But yeah, this is interesting, Dean. This right here. That's like the two snakes going up the spine, or. But if you want to speak on anything, Dom, you're welcome to. We could always go back to this topic.
No, I just posted some stuff in the back about the Enki
Oh,
Elif
cool.
story. Yeah.
Nice. I could get something to read.
Yeah.
Okay. Says.
So what? Another thing I was just going to add in there, the realist McCoy, he's doing homeschool, Lonnie. So he's not actually signed his children into that corporation.
Right.
There's got to be states that don't allow homeschooling here.
Who knows? You got to look that up.
Well, and probably for reason.
Yeah, they're going to force you.
Well, you take away a lot of funding when you don't register your kids with the school corporations. You know, that's where a lot of their funding comes from.
It comes out of your pocket.
Just like when you get married, you know, not only do you have to get a license to be married, which is bullshit, but you also have to go to court to get a divorce, because the only reason you got to go to court is because you have to separate the two trusts. The two trust is you and the wife, the woman that you married. Okay. And the only reason you have to get that license is that way you have registered what is produced from that marriage, and that would be a child, more property.
Yep. You got it, Lonnie.
So
this is
if something happens and you don't divorce and you don't separate, those two trusts are still combined. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
So there has to be a separation of the trust once you are not together.
The thing is, there's the difference between human rights.
It's all about commerce. It's all.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Go ahead, Dom.
No, go ahead. Go talk about commerce.
So it all boils down to this. It boils down to the bonds. There's these corporation bonds, penal bonds, which would be used in the judicial court of law, which is an arena. BWAT talked about it a little bit, I think last week. There's many different types of bonds, and in the corporation of, say, versus Lonnie Allen B, all cap letters, that bond is traded on the open stock exchange, which there could be 283,000 people trading on this one commodity, that's how I'm looked at. So how much is the corporation worth? Who knows? Being at 51 years of age, it's probably worth several million. Who knows? It could be $1 billion. I don't know. It doesn't matter to me. I don't care about none of that shit. Doesn't matter.
This is where
but
I learn more and more daily. So.
There's probably a lot of people that have by the time they've say got 5 generations of family, that corporation's built up quite a revenue, hasn't it? Because each child born becomes a revenue, doesn't it?
Yes,
if it's in
it does. Not only that, if you're an individual that's been, or a corporation, let me rephrase that. If you're a corporation, which that's what you are, and you've been married several times, then each time you've been married, there is a new bond created. So you don't just have one bond. You in turn probably have several that you don't even know about. So if you find
married once,
So if you find one bond, okay, so let's say this. You've been married once. So there, right now, you know you have 2 bonds. And if you count hers,
Yep.
you got 3 plus 4. You see what I'm saying? Because she had a bond
Yep.
before she was married. She got married, that creates another one. So that's a now it might only be 3, okay? Because the third one could be a joint bond, okay? But if you had children, we're not going to call them kids because they're not goats. Remember, it's word salad. So the English language was created for. It's all deception through the verbal trickery.
Yours. Yep.
So remember, every word we speak holds power. So every word spoken is a spell. A lot of witchcraft being done on their part, and pure ignorance on our part. You know,
And on ours. Yeah, on ours.
Yes,
with ignorance.
yes.
Exactly. Yes. Mm.
It's not that we're stupid. We've been dumbed down, yes, but by design. I think part of their little flaw was when we found out we only use a certain percentage of our mind. You know, when we know that we're quite capable of so much more. You know, I mean, there's just a lot of different directions you can go with that. But it's in becoming aware of what your true potential could possibly be. You know, like I've made this statement several times in the past. If I don't learn at least 5 things new daily, then I'm doing something wrong. If I could go back through the years, and if that would be the case, you know, and I've done this shit, you know, for decades, and I you know, where would I be now, you know? But that's not where we're at. But the more the people that are aware, you know, there's strength in numbers, and we'll slowly see changes. I mean, I do believe that wholeheartedly. But where we're at, we're not where we thought we were. I look around me on a daily basis, and I just see what other people don't see. I hear what other people don't hear. I'm not mentally ill. I'm not on drugs, anything of that nature. But if it weren't for me making the past mistakes that I had made, then I truly wouldn't be where I am at today as far as awareness and spirituality. You know, I'd still be a guy that thought he was agnostic, then he was atheist, and back to agnostic. But you know, through all that, you know, I grew up in a Protestant family. You know, tried to be a good Christian, and went to, you know, Bible study and all that. You know, and that's not to take away from the Christians. And yeah, I'm sure that creates a you know, a way of living for a lot of people and they think that they get morals from that and all that. But you know what? You don't have to have religion to have morals. Okay, you can be spiritual and still have the same morals. You know, not to kill. You know, not to sleep with your sister and all that shit. You know what I mean? You know, not to go around touching babies. I mean, come on, man. It's
Yeah, fully.
it's just being a good being. I mean, if you don't know what being a good being is, then you'll never know. Period.
Yeah.
It's that simple.
Yeah.
Well, there's only the part of being aware of a being. So, if you don't mind me sharing, because I know Charles wanted to talk about the tree of life. But
Yeah. I'll mute up.
Okay. You went in this direction. We have terms: human rights opposed to a sovereign being. Those are 2 different things. Now, if you want to be attached to the human part, then you can attach the birth certificate to it. But that's not who you are. So now you hear terms like the pen's thicker than the sword. There's the vessel part that you can harm, but you can manipulate people with the mind. So now when you read something opposed to hearing something, there's 2 different things going on. Now, you can manipulate people, and this is why they teach people the old system of the British system, how to read or write, because then we can get you into what's called policies, written work, pen to paper. But again, that's not who you are. So now, like you said, Lonnie, when two people get married, they deliver an offspring, cattle, offspring, call it whatever you want. That's the marriage contract they're talking about. Forget about state and religion. This is about commerce. So now, when that's delivered to a body of water, and most of us forget, we jump into that form after. That's why we have things like horoscopes and we're following science because we choose to come in at a certain time. Now, all that other stuff you're talking about, I call it distraction, misleading. Now, if you know you're not the body, then when you say I'm 20, 40, or 60 years old, you're just acknowledging the age of that vessel that you're in. But that's not who you are. There is no age at that point then. Now we're talking about time. And of course, when people used to speak before in the old ancient days, and it's even today when we speak with each other, because we have liquids in our bodies, it's kind of like somatica. And somatica, I might be not pronouncing it correctly. So once a person knows how to set an intention with awareness, then you can actually shift your vessel in a lot of ways. I'm talking about internally, not that you literally manifest a new arm and all that kind of stuff. But again, that's the vessel that we're in. And we spend an enormous amount of time expending energy to fuel it and to shelter it. Dare not ever come to that awareness, but that's not who you are. This is why when we have thoughts, who receives thoughts? Not the vessel. Now, if you speak it, the vessel will engage with you because it's hearing sounds and frequencies. So this is where all the different languages come to be. Now, it doesn't matter who was previous leaders, but you should be your own leader. You should be your own ruler, your own steward of your own vessel. Not to say I do it well. But then again, I've chosen a lot of things like comfort over duty or obligation kind of ideal. This is why when people talk about, it's an old story again, paths. Most of us don't realize how much we're the observer of this vessel. We have to see in extreme cases, a person goes into a coma. Well, what's running the vessel? A person blacks out after drinking so much, but yet they're still functioning. Who takes over? Who's always been there? Outside of that, we're all in these programs. I'm just using today's lingual matrix programs, but they're not ever questioning that. Oh, wait a second here. Who's running my vessel right now as I'm hearing other people? The word hear should come out of that opposed to listening. That's done from within. But for a lot of people, when they go inwards, they go in with belief systems, with knowledge, with wisdom and understanding. Once you become aware of who you are, then, oh, that silent thing's been there the whole time. Yes, it's there to assist you. Now, we also have to play with ideals that we also have behaviors and personalities. That's why we have things called daemons. But it gets most people, well, not most people, a lot of people lean towards, but I don't like it. Okay, so think about a gym. You go to something, what you resist when you're doing weights, it gets bigger. And yes, Lonnie, we do go in them in group hive mentality, but it doesn't mean it's the one that's directing us to be benefiting all of us. That's why we have breakaway societies. Call them the elites, call them whatever you want. They're aware of it, or at least they pay somebody to understand astrology, they understand biology and all that. Most of us are just the individual person reading a book, not realizing there's thousands or hundreds of people that have contributed to that book that I'm reading. And of course, now you can factor in language, whether it's English language, Hebrew language, Greek language. Greek is more of a comprehension language. So when you speak it and you're trying to understand something, that's the favorable language. If you want to actually heal the vessel and the molecules in your vessel, you'd be better off speaking, say, Sanskrit, for example. But not everybody can speak Sanskrit, so now they have to use different kinds of instruments that kind of mimics it. So like singing bowls, for example, or tuning forks. But anyway, I went way off on that topic. So.
No, don't stop now. I was enjoying it, man. I'm listening. What happened, guys?
I'm here. I'm still here.
Oh, okay, yeah, yeah. Don't stop now, man. You're on a roll. Definitely listening. I'm hearing you.
No, I get it. Again, this for a lot of people, it's challenging because they've never really understood things. You know, they might have heard it, they don't realize to associate all that kind of stuff, and which is fine. You know, people can break it down in other ways. They can literally take a particular craft and then break it down. You know, but I'm not here to break things down. I'm here just to share awareness with people. What they do with it, again, it's a person should be responsible for their own vessel, material, emotionally, and mentally. Now, they might discover, but Don, I'm not grasping that. I said, well, then maybe you're underdeveloped in a certain area. You know, trigger usually indicates that something's not developed, both positive and negative. Most of our triggers comes from our, oh, what a nice car you have. So,
got you. Yeah, the whole corporation thing. That's if somebody wants to go that route. There's a lot to it, and if you go that route, you better know what you're doing, because if you don't, you're going to get fucked up, and you're probably going to get locked up. Fair warning.
yeah, unless you're in one of their clubs and you pay their high club fees, and then you understand you're playing their system. Anything outside of their system, they would call it disobedience. Now, somebody could turn and say,
Right,
what about
right.
my rights? Again, what about my rights? I said, what rights are we talking about? The human vessel, the one that's going to perish? Or are we talking about the sovereign being that really is just the observer of all that? You know, I get it. We want to have people want to experience things. I've experienced a lot of things in this realm. Becoming aware of the rules and realizing, okay, it's not favorable for me, but it's beyond me. It's not an individual system. Now, a person can take their chance and say, well, I no longer want to participate with civilization. Well, then take your chance with nature. But even that, nature has its rules to follow. Call them laws, call them whatever you want.
Right.
You know. But again, that tells a lot about an individual. Sorry, man. Go ahead.
You know, I was just going to say, yeah, I know what you're getting at. But like I was saying, hey, Axis. But if you do decide to go that route, then you know that you need to know the arena that you're playing in, and you know that you're dealing with maritime law as of common law. So you know, once you get yourself out of the you know, corporation, and you become the person. I think that's once you go into the arena, you do the appropriate persona aspect of it, and from what I'm understanding is once you get convicted of a felony in the U.S., you are no longer a citizen. And what I mean by citizen is, I'm not talking about the right to vote or anything like that. I think they actually gave that back to the convicted felon. But what I mean by not being a citizen is just basically that you're not a part of that corporation. Well, in turn, they did you a favor. So if you're no longer a citizen, then what are you? Or you're not lost at sea. Since we're talking about maritime law, you're not lost at sea. So you got no choice but to become the beneficiary. You know, so I think that's where I'm at. I just haven't pursued it. You know what I mean?
So you're saying, Lonnie, that because you've been convicted of a felon, you're not legally a citizen, or you've lost your citizen rights.
You become second-class citizen.
Or was that Axis?
Right. And,
good morning. Yeah.
Yeah. That's right and right.
Yeah, you become a second-class citizen. Your moral standing has been damaged and therefore you have to take a second position as a citizen once you obtain a felony or two. They had the third strike law in certain states here in the United States that if you get 3 felonies, that's life prison.
So what constitutes to a you know, felons are basically not they're not road or traffic offences, are they?
Not unless you vehicle manslaughter, you know, wanton endangerment with a vehicle, you know, something of that nature. But generally, traffic is a different division. You have, you know, traffic court, traffic laws, and then you have like misdemeanors. Like if you get caught with weed in your car and you're in a state that weed isn't legal, well, you're going to get a charge and a driving offense.
Yeah, and in
You're
that
going to
point,
get a felon. You're going to get a felon charge. You mean?
If you have over an ounce.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like when you carry a pistol with a license, you can't just go state to state. You got to check each state and find out. Do you got to put it in a trunk? Do you got to keep the clip here unloaded and the gun there? Same thing with weed. You got to look each state when you're traveling. You can't just, you know, before you know it.
That's what I'm dealing with.
You're going to have to do that for everything.
but in that conversation, you're revealing something to yourself. They've classified you as a citizen. So now, if you understand there's people that travel internationally, they don't have citizenships. So now what is a citizenship? You're cattle. And you actually, this is why we have concept like passports. So now that vessel, you've been loaned a vessel, hence stewarding it. So if you harm another human being, let's say you kill another citizen, another slave, now you that are encased in that vessel, your vessel that's innocent is the one that has to spend time in jail. This is why when even Axe is talking about, yeah, you're a second-class citizen. And now a lot of us, that vessel is on the stock market, the vessel, not who we are. This is why when another person kills another human being, I said, you stab somebody's jacket. Why would you do something stupid like that? Well, Dom, I didn't know. I said, exactly. You don't understand the rules. You've chosen to come have this experience in this realm, and you've been disobedient. That's why some of them, they come here and they're like wardens. You know, call them NPCs, call them whatever they want. That's why when you hear somebody international commit a crime, they get a scolding, but from their own. That's why they don't get tried here. That's why we have international laws. But for most people, there's such a sleep, but calling it aware. Well, I went to jail. I'm like, okay, what crime did you commit? The crime that you committed on your first and foremost was being ignorant. You don't have to have a written word that says, well, thou shall not kill. That's just a disobedient person realizing it's like, you know, in the old ancient times, even today, tribal people, if one of the kids killed somebody else's kid, the other family said, we inherit your kids because you, as the ones that are the offspringers, failed them in some way. You didn't teach them how to be obedient or morals and all that kind of stuff. But yet people think, well, I'm in jail now, I'm innocent. No, you fucking done something even way before you committed a crime. Now people are going to try, yeah, but it was just speeding. I said, they made a rule. Be obedient. Well, what's so hard about fucking following rules? Unless your parents failed you and not teaching you things, or the community, because there's always that safe net. You have to have that extended community. But that's why they do divide and conquer. When I say divide and conquer, we do that. We want those comforts. Well, I'd rather go into citizenship. I don't want to, you know, I'm the one that they should be nice and all that. And then they want to have governments. Why would you want somebody to govern over you? Because it's comfortable. It's easy.
Yeah, I was just thinking it. Yeah.
You know, but yet, well, when it comes to, even when I heard a term earlier, home schooling, that's an oxymoron term. You want to school your kids at home now, opposed to educate them? The system doesn't work when they're in some other brick and mortar. And now you're going to take it at home? What are they going to do later on when they want to go to university or become an entrepreneur? How does that work?
What up? Hey, Don, the birth certificate. So, okay, when the parent signs the birth certificate, is that child technically owned by the system? or is it the parent's child still? You know,
Anything that comes out of that vessel, it's a body of water. So now parents do not teach their kids how to breathe. So that's beyond their scope. Parents do not teach their kids once they eat their food, what does all the processing. There's another realm going on here the whole time. That piece of paper just acknowledges that you've signed over something, whether willingly or unwillingly, that form. This is why their kids can be taken away from them, or they can join the military, because that vessel belongs to them. It's their suit.
Okay.
Now, when I say them, the one that monitors all of that, they're probably not even owners, they're rulers. You know, it's like we have governors everywhere. We have prime ministers. We have chancellors. They're just head pieces. But if the citizens are doing their job, being obedient and all that, you'll never see the leaders come out. It's like a good leader never shows himself. Only when times aren't going well. But most of us, because of this new technology, and it's just giving us knowledge, not discernment, not understanding. Well, I don't agree with the system. You know, most guys don't even understand the fucking system.
If I can, Dom, I'd like to
Please
build on you. In the United States, it used to be, and it still is, illegal to commit suicide. You should look into that. Canada now has MAID. You know what MAID is, I'm sure, Dom. It's assisted suicide. And they're allowing citizens to off themselves under damn near random circumstances. America hasn't adopted that yet, but to me, that is them cashing in. With each suicide, they're able to gain equity in a market. I'm waiting for the United States to implement it, because it's still illegal to kill yourself down here in the state.
Yeah, very true, access. Now, again, we're getting to that point where they're going to have AI robots, and then why would they need vessels anymore?
Right.
This is why the monarchies, the Vatican, and all that say, yeah, no problem. You will pass these laws that you can kill the vessels of these citizens. They can do it voluntarily. Like, where were we when they were doing lobotomy? Where were most human beings? They weren't there. They're too busy bitching and complaining about religion and state. But where's the accountability on an individual basis? That's where most people get angry. They don't realize there's a part of them that knows they fucking failed themselves in some way. And it's usually this with awareness. It's not literally about, you know, that's why we have many words with the word act in it. You're acting good. You're acting good. Fact, actually. You know,
that's the hard part, Dom, is like taking accountability. Because like you said earlier, they want to take the easy route. So they rather lie and just ignore it.
Well, they could be deceiving themselves. Yeah, and they could be.
Not everyone.
Yeah. Well, and the ones that do, they get attacked because, hey, I'll gladly take responsibility. Why? Because if I have the ability to respond, therefore, then I can have accountability. But most people, they don't realize what they're doing. They're reacting. They're reacting. Well, I don't agree with what you're saying. I'm like, okay, so you just told me a statement that means fuck all to me. What do you understand about yourself? Why does it work for you? Now, I get it. People don't want to put value to the written work, which is fine. Are you going inwards? What are you doing inwards? Are you going inwards with animosity? Are you going inwards thinking, well, I don't agree with the way the system is? Well, then you're not really gathering the right information then, because then when you go to assess that, it's going to be very slanted. And most people get distracted with the shade of their skin, their gender and all that. I said, that's still not who you are. Well, I think that's who I am. I said, well, have you ever questioned that? Don't question me. Have you ever questioned that? The ideal that you think you're the vessel. Why would I do that? Oh, now you're bringing a philosophy question to me. How is that moronic when a fucking person's self-absorbed? I know that about myself, and I try desperately not to be fucking all about me.
Most people don't realize that they're just a conscious observer, Dom.
Yeah, I know, Cassius, I know. But
no, you're on a roll, man. I'm with you, brother.
Yeah. It's allowing me to reflect on some stuff in my life. I'm like, damn.
I'm doing the fool's errand here. Sorry, I'm doing what they call in the tarot card, the fool. I'm the one that's going to be the fool here, sharing shit, and then people attack me. I said, fuck, do that on yourself. Do the revolution from within and realize you're serving the self. You're running your ongoing program. Fuck me. Why would I tell my laptop to tell me what to fucking do? Let alone the computer.
Dom, time to wake up. You're 10 minutes late for work.
Yeah, there you go. Throw water on me. Throw water on me, Charles. My emotions are being disturbed, so water will help. Anyway, I went on.
It's
Sorry,
like waking up to an alarm clock, man. I used to hate that. Bang, bang, bang.
I think you're cutting some interesting ground there, Dom, and like I said, I'm with you on this. You know that we've discussed this enough before in private, and I think that a lot of people really need to observe the fact that they are serving either the master, and rarely are they serving themselves outside of pleasure and comfort.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's when you have to be honest with the self, or know thyself. Know who's the knower and who's the self. There are two different programs running. It's kind of like looking at a computer, and some people, they know there's a DOS program running behind it. That's what the knower and the self is, in my interpretation. Now, somebody could turn around and say, "Dom, I don't agree with that." Oh, fucking go in your own room and play with the same language I'm playing with. This is not about confronting me on certain topics. Now, if we're going to have conversations, that's fine. If I want to talk past you, which I'm okay with too, no problem. But if they're thinking I'm trying to solve their riddle, that's not my responsibility.
Yep.
Instead of that, that's just somebody that's sadly disappointed, and I kind of sympathize with them. But hey, the best thing I could do, a person that's drowning and he knows how to swim, I'll just tell him there's a fucking shark behind you. Figure that out.
Swim, man, there's a bloody shark, quick.
Well, it's kind of like a fire, right? So, you have to give them the extreme cases for them to wake up and say, okay, well, I don't want to die. I'm going to tap in on their self-absorption. I'm not going to try to be kind with them, but I hope I'm never in that situation. And I hope nobody else is in that situation. But if it is, I hope the people that are trained to go, are you going to calm them down? Or are you just going to tell them fucking, hey, there's a shark behind you? You'll see how quickly they'll fucking pant and whatever. But that's just me talking.
Kind of what I do with the binging and purging, Dom, is I just went through a purge and everybody was all happy and content and joyous for me, which it was a celebratory time. I cleaned my system out. But last night, I pushed myself to the brink of death to excite the body and the mind, to cut new ground, to observe new experiences within not only me, but the other realms that I deal with. And to most people that would be a great disappointment, but it wasn't a disappointment. It was just me going to the full opposite end of the spectrum for experience.
Yeah, I guess some people can do it if they do extreme things, such as say fasting, for example. Or living homeless, or being in prison for either short or long period of time, and then you become aware that is there a shift? Like especially when some people realize they're in jail, but then they realize, wait a second here, I'm already in the vessel. So, and then they realize, then am I really free? Then have I ever been free? That could be a word, no different than say,
Right.
have I ever been enslaved? Again, it's all how you want to perceive things. When a person realizes they're free and they realize, okay, I'm encased in the body, so why would I be worrying about the other eggshell, which is in this case the prison walls that are between me and nature?
No better prison than the mind.
Yeah, and those are in thoughts.
Yep. That's why last night I pushed myself, as far as to almost to the breaking point. And this morning when I woke up, I found a sense of calm, a sense of self-relevancy. I've been tested a lot here lately.
And Charles, it does tie in a little bit with the Enlil and Enki story. They talk about the life, the intellect, the blood. Like what is life? We hear words like in life, hear words afterlife. Are we actually life, or do we exist within it? Because a simple examination of a dog or a cat or another human being, all of a sudden they breathe their last breath. Does life disappear, or whatever they were no longer exists there? So that opens to the question is, what is life then? Is it the breath? But
for some reason, I thought, is the cup half empty or half full? the way you were
Yeah,
saying stuff.
yeah, half
And
answer.
when someone asked me, Chuck, is your cup half empty or half full? And I said, they're both the same. And he's like, no, you don't get it. Right?
Wow,
That's
that's
how
them
you
trying
look
to,
at it.
yeah, they're trying to nail you from a, whether they know it or not, from a polarity to a singularity. I said, there's many ways. Why would I want to fucking play half full, half empty game with you? Let alone, I don't even see the word cup, let alone can I talk about the painting? That's usually an alert being that realizes those are conditioned programs. This is why they play flat earth or globe. That's the half full, half empty game. But again,
Right.
a person has to become aware for themselves. Why are they here? Are they trying to escape existence? Are they trying to have pleasures while they're here? Are they trying to understand where do I go after I leave the vessel? Where other people say, "No, I don't even care about that kind of stuff." Okay, but what do you care about? I'll entertain anybody, but when they start telling me,
Trees. I care about the trees.
yeah, you do, planting trees, seeds, hopefully making it better or the way you found it when you came here, kind of ideal, Dean. Whether or not that's how you think,
Yeah,
but some people do
yeah.
that, like pack in, pack out when you go like camping, for example. But for a lot of us, oh no, I just leave the garbage here. Somebody else will do it for us. Oh, so we're relying on other people that get paid or do free work to pick up your garbage. Well, okay, that works for you. Okay. But people like to point fingers, it's the elite. Where's your accountability? Well, I'm doing my own thing. I said, no, you're using somebody else's stuff.
We're all using somebody else's stuff.
I'm with you,
Yeah,
Dean. I'm with you.
yeah.
But they want to blame other people that have their stuff. It's the government. Last time I remember, it's humans running governments. It's humans that are running religion. And more times than not, it's the male gender that's playing this moronic game. They're not
Yeah.
allow the female gender to take over. So, well, it'll be a different game now. How about you guys be the bitches for a while? And I'm not saying women are bitches. And then you guys can do whatever you want. I get it. We get to very intellectual conversation. I know that about me. I have a comfortable, cozy little life, so I like to philosophize about things. Other people don't have that opportunity, but I'm pretty sure they have other opportunities.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, as I say, really, I'm a tree hugger. I like to plant seeds, but and I'm probably just picking up where somebody else has left off. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if half of my thinking came from the fact that I'm picking up from where my mum left off. Because she was she cared about the environment, and so I guess my way of thinking comes from that I'm picking up on where other people have left off, and so like who will know if anybody will pick up from where I left off? It might not happen at all. I might be a bloody dead end,
True. Dean, I remember the time me and Charles, we traveled across the states in Canada, and I saw an uprooted redwood tree, and then I saw the ones that were standing beside it. I'm like, I am so insignificant at that moment. Seeing a redwood tree and standing beside it, well, you never really stand beside it. You stand from a distance. But yes,
you stand below it almost.
Yeah, always insignificant. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Dom, we discussed this at one time, and I brought it out in the open on panels a few times. The fractal nature of things. You have pre-birth existence, you have prime material, this life existence, and then you have afterlife existence. The same as you have the astral, the ethereal, and the prime material states of being in threes, which is a number applied to spectrums of observation. How insignificant is this short-term life in this plane of existence to the infinite you, pre-birth and afterlife? In other words, how deep are you going to allow the program to consume you?
Say that again. I missed that axis.
It's just a matter of three states of being on a fractal scale, and how deep you allow this program or your prime material existence, this short-term life, how deep you allow that program to affect you, how much of it you choose to allow to be relevant to your existence, because you have pre-birth existence, you have this short life existence, and then you have afterlife existence. Still the same energy.
Yeah, well, I mean, I can't relate to pre-birth, and I can't relate to really afterlife. I can only relate to existence now. And
yeah, most people
sorry?
don't. But the fact is you are an eternal being. You were before you were in this world, and you will be after you leave this world. It's a state of energy.
Makes me
Okay,
think of
okay. Well,
Avatar.
when I think of afterlife, because I can't think. I mean, I think. Well, what was my pre-birth like? I don't know. But I would like to think that my afterlife axis is that you know, I would like to go out of this place with my mind intact, rather than say having been taking drugs and things for cholesterol and stuff like that, to the point where I no longer have any sense of my own mind. Dementia set in, or something as such, Alzheimer's, and
Sure. Wouldn't
that to me is like uh, a, a destruction of something that I should retain. I should keep, is my intact brain, my intact mind, my intact senses that I feel we came here with for a reason. We came for a reason with them. Should we be leaving with them, or should we be leaving without them? To me, I think we should be leaving with them. And so therefore, I think to myself, what is going on at the moment in my life? Well, we've got script that tells me that I'm getting old. We have script that tells me that I need to get a life insurance. We have a script that tells me that I need a funeral insurance. These are all scripts to say that you're on your way out, buddy. So I feel that there is an agenda against the mind. There is an agenda against keeping your brain and your faculties running as they should. And so I feel like there's an agenda at actually destroying the mind, so you don't have one when you leave. And so that's where I'm at right now, is, okay, so what's my best outlook on that? Well, my best outlook is that I don't want my mind being demented or Alzheimer's, so that I don't have these faculties when I leave. So is that a necessary thing? Is that necessary before we go? Do we need to retain our mind? Do we need to retain our memory? Do we need?
I think
Right?
it's familiarity, comfort. You're afraid of that which the unknown. Most people are afraid of the unknown, and this life is only relevant because you've grown used to it and it's comfortable. And the thought of not remembering or keeping the comfort that you feel with the familiarity of being in this plane of existence, it frightens most people.
It doesn't frighten me to go out. I'm not scared of death. If I was scared of death,
No, I'm not
I
saying
never
death.
would have lived. But
I'm
I
saying
feel
your
that
familiarity.
why is there a thing, an attack on the mind? Why do we have dementia? Why do we have Alzheimer's? Why do they produce drugs and things like that that are going to destroy the memory, that are going to
Control.
enforce dementia and
Control, man.
Alzheimer's, right?
It's all a system of control. Either you can be controlled or you can't be controlled. Either you are, a feral animal or you are a domestic animal. And some people are caught in between.
I think, guys.
Yes, but do you think that? Excuse me, Dom.
Okay.
Axis, do you think that there is a war on the mind, and that to have that mind depleted of anything before you leave is some kind of an agenda?
I think it's just a system of control. I think it's a system of absolute control. And those that have the power want to retain that power. And one easy way to do it is just like the Roman Empire, or they're doing now. Dumb the society down. Romans used it by using lead lining and the water ductways to dumb down the population. The United States does it with fluoride and various other chemicals and heavy metals. It's just a system of control, because in a previous time prior to this one, such as the invasion that's happening at the border in America, the southern part of America, would not have been tolerated. There would have been immediate uprising. You can look back at the Spanish-American War for that one. But people are just allowing it to happen now. They become docile. They're being invaded.
If I can share,
Carry on, Dom.
I'm going to use my concepts. The mind and the brain for me are different. There is a war on the mind. I'll give you the way I view it. When we write information and we store it in information like a book form, it's actually warring against the mind. The reason I say that is because the mind, before we're born, all of it's already stored there. French is stored there. American Sign Language. Yeah, that'd be a good example because it's hand signals. So actually not even really. Anything that's spoken gets stored in what we'll call the matrix. So none of that's ours. So when I think of the word soul, I think of the word data. Data information, that's why we have things like copyrights. So now when we're inventing this thing like the computer and we're storing everything in a written form or in a different form of a sigil, it's taken away from the role of the mind. Hence why we have the word ment, mind, man, the image of man. So now when we want to learn a craft, how to speak French, we just tap into it. Now we have to go to school, learn a very rudimental way of learning, but a lot of those words that we're going to eventually use, we don't learn it in school. We just pick it up with each other. This is kind of like the monkey cracking a coconut in one part of the world and another monkey in another part of the world. Through consciousness, the air, prana, whatever we want to call it, now starts mimicking it. This goes back to the women when there's an alpha female, the liquids, in this case, the blood, they will actually unite more times after they're around each other long enough. So now, like again, this is a war on the mind because men want to do something. They want to take something and, of course, disturb it. When you think of nature, nature is chi, it's harmony. It has this constructive and destructive mechanism. So, but for a lot of us, we don't realize how much we contribute to it in that destroying of it. Now, we might not have actually the ones that made it, but we actually hold it. We hold space. This is where we get the concept of numbers, zeros and everything else, holding space. So again, if a person really wants to understand, as long as you differentiate between the brain and the mind, because the brain is just something that's in the vessel and it's a receiver of some sort. Now, I know people can do biology and they'll do this, and they'll play with the neurons and say, yeah, but you're just playing with all the reaction in the vessel. But what stores all of that information? And is it even there? Is it stored ever so lightly in liquids like water or blood? Could be. I'm willing to entertain that.
Yeah, I think if you study a little bit of thermodynamics and entropy, you'll find that the information is environmentally encased within this plane of existence and beyond. They call it the Akashic records, or whatever title you want to give it. The fact is the information has bled into the environment throughout the whether this place had a start or to present day. It's all environmentally bled through. It is in your environment. It is in your surroundings through the law of entropy and thermodynamics.
Thanks, Axis. Yeah. And again, what is it affecting, or side effects? The vessel, what we call the outer body, the aura. Again, those are one of those things. Like, I use it very simple, where I don't see air, for example, but I see some of its effects. Now, I'm going with the idea that we're calling something that we can't see air. Well, we breathe it. Again, that's justifying what we think air is. Air could be what they call maybe light. And of course, people are going to say, well, what about those two things up in the sky? Well, those are flashlights. And they say, oh, no, but that's what illuminates everything. I said, well, then why, when they show us pictures of the sun beaming through some clouds, and meanwhile there's light everywhere else? It opens all kinds of questions, obviously. But for some people, they want outcomes. Oh, well, that's not the answer. You're looking for answers? Okay. You tell me how that works for you. I'm looking for possibilities.
Well, one that
Well,
you can.
I suppose it to me, sorry, Alexis, but to me, the answer that, I mean, obviously I'm looking for an answer if I'm saying that, I could just go down with the track. I could go and drink a whole lot of fluoride and toxic water.
Fluoride causes Alzheimer's. Anyway,
yeah, I could, yeah, of course. I could go and take a lot of cholesterol drugs that cause dementia, and just lose my mind completely, and not have to worry about anything, and just let somebody else look after me, so that to me is where I feel like the answer for me is that are we being subjected to just being looked after totally, by allowing certain principles in the world to take our minds?
We
don't have to be responsible. We don't have to be worrying about comfort. We don't even have to worry about a thing, because who the hell's going to know? Who's going to know?
There's an old philosophy about finalizing any type of information. Where does a circle start and stop as relevant to your existence? It doesn't. There is no start and stop to the circle. It just is.
Yeah, I'm not trying to stop the circle. I know there's no end to the circle. It does not begin. It does not end. And you could say, align that to my life. And well, you could say align, yes, but is the circle going around aware of itself, or is the circle going around unaware?
Well, that's where you come to the constant and the persistent. The constant is the circle. The persistent is you trying to figure out and make relevancy of the beginning or the end of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Dean, I think for some people, what they do, whether they're aware of it or not, what outcomes are, right or wrong. Those are outcomes opposed to directions, and I get it. It's from a person. Yes, you can play with outcomes, but for a group of people, what are some of the direction? Because we're all different in a lot of areas. And and that's where people have the right or wrong, half full, half empty, agree or disagree, likes or dislikes game, which is fine. But there's other people, and this is why if we all played this right and wrong, we wouldn't have never got here with all these different types of technology. You have to play with possibilities. Now, can some of this, if not most of this technology, be harmful for the vessel? I would say yes. Yeah, you always have to pay a price in some end. But again, if people think that they're the vessel, they're going to get caught up in birth certificate. Oh, I don't like the environment. No, the environment is always changing. We're just tapping into it right now. They're not somebody understand how Wi-Fi really does or doesn't work. Oh, Dom, I just know how to what? You just know how to use it. And this is where people get in their likes and dislikes. I don't agree with the system. I said, so why did you put so much limitation to black or white when there's many possibilities? Not everybody's are hunters, not everybody's are farmers. And even when people that are farmers, they're not all growing chickens. Raising chickens. So there's the diversity in all of that. And this is where people play. Do you see the glass half full, half empty? Why? Because I'll show you the personality of that person. Doesn't matter which one they play. Once they play the game, they're already revealing something about themselves. They want to go from duality to singularity. Which one do you want to be? Half full or half empty? Dare not understand what's in the water, let alone is it water, let alone what about everything else? What about the table? No, now you're talking possibilities. Now, sure, I am. Why am I allowing myself to be narrowed by your very narrow view of a question? That's the schooling system in a nutshell. Indoctrinations. Bad enough we already have indoctrination with the language that are being given to us.
Yeah, well, I mean, I just thought it crossed through my mind, like I've got this comfort now. I'm sitting in I'm not saying I'm actually lying in bed at the moment, of course. But I'm in this environment where I've chosen to live, possibly out the end, say the end of these days that I'm a living being in the earth until day dot when I pass over. I've chosen this sort of place as to be that thing, but I mean, we that's all going on the fact that that everything stays the same. Mm-hmm. But there's a possibility that that there could be a tropical storm come through and just completely wipe this house and its surroundings out of existence. If I managed to get out of the house before that happened, then I would not be in the same comfortable position I'm in, and therefore my whole thing would change, right?
Dean, this is where you're laying down and you said that I'm in my comfort. It is a judgment. Saying that is comfort. You have to bring it from some point. But it's when people say, well, it's right or wrong now. That's Dean's just sharing awareness at that point. It's usually judgment where people get caught up in, opposed to, like, say, discernment. So why is it your responsibility to tell Dean it's right or wrong that he wants to lay down on the couch and be comfortable? That question now goes back to the person that asked the question. It's never the responsibility of another person to answer somebody else's question. This is where philosophy comes in with Socrates. Best way to answer a question is with the question. Why would you ask that question? What value does it do for you? Because I don't have those thoughts. And when I do, I usually go inwards with those things. That's a person going from being smart to clever, never realizing you have the opportunity of being wise, having discernment. Knowledge just brings judgment. Is it dressed nice? Is it bad? Okay, whatever. This is me talking to myself inside. How does this serve you, Dom? They're attacking you. No, they're not. That's under the assumption they think I'm the vessel. Well, I can remove you. Okay, whatever. Remove yourself too. Why? So then we can meet each other in another realm. Outside of that, they're just playing a clever game. They're showing that they're not developed emotionally. We just talk about the extreme case of emotions that aren't developed, such as a psychopath, a narcissist, a sociopath. What about the people, the masses that actually are around those type of people? As a rich person might be a sociopath, and he's trying to run that organization. Those are questions one can ask inwards. And then something might turn around and say, you're not ready to hear that information. So move on. Maybe think of sports, plant some more seeds, grow an apple, whatever. My apologies, Dean. I said grow an apple. How the fuck do I? Hey, they can actually photocopy it probably one day. But hey, again, we eat a lot of foods in these grocery stores that probably are malnutrition in some way. I usually go in a grocery store. What poison am I going to pick today?
Of course. Yeah, I mean, that's another subject. Definitely another subject. Yeah.
I say the same
Okay.
thing.
So how do we?
And
What
the
do we?
sad
What
part is, I
poison?
pick poison.
That's the thing. But what poison are we going to pick today? Pretty much, buddy. Yeah. That answers that bloody side of things, you know. I could choose to lay in bed all bloody day and not do a damn thing. You know, that's up to me for my vessel. Will it do any good for my environment? Probably not. That's basically is my decision. Is do I get up and do these things? I look at it like the reason I do these things and what I'm doing and is that I'm just not just doing it for me. I try and like look at it like I'm paying it forward, really. Yeah.
Dean, if you don't mind, Charles, I'll use your platform here just to share something here, because I do hear this in quite a few different panels. When it's a place like this, like we'll say YouTube, and it's a how-to, somebody's actually pulling out an engine and they're showing you how to do it as they're explaining it. It brings value in those both ways. When people want things done, they want to do something, and they go to a channel where people are hypothetically talking about something, philosophizing or whatever, they're the ones that have to remove themselves if they're looking for something to be done. But you get a lot of people like us. I enjoy talking about ideals. But when I hear other people come on, and it's not the only panel I've ever heard this, where I've had enough, I've been on these channels for long enough and nothing's being done, well, then maybe you're the one that needs to do something. Remove yourself from watching or hearing these things and go do something. Be the example. And if a lot of people that are talking about it choose to do something, they'll do it. Outside of that, you don't need hive mentality to make the difference.
Bingo.
Until people realize that for themselves, what they're doing is they're coming onto channels trying to change other people's way by saying, I don't agree with this, what you guys are doing. Last time I'm thinking we're just talking with each other, which could be a form of doing. But if you're looking for action, Dean, you've talked about it. Go plant some seeds.
Yep.
That's it. You know, whether it's planting a seed, clean up. You go to the park and you see a whole bunch of garbage that people didn't throw in the garbage bin because it's full. Then pick it up, get a bag, go somewhere else. Well, that's not my responsibility. I said, whoever says responsibility is about what you do only. If you feel as though you want to help this realm, if you think this realm is falling apart, which in my view it's not, then do something about it. Pick up some garbage. Go help an elderly lady bring her groceries. Do something. If you feel as though that's important. You know, outside of that, coming over here and ranting because you got a little thorn in your hand and you're hurt, all that, you do enough damage to people. When that thorn's eventually removed from you, we say, listen, make amends. Why? Because you got to be removed now because you've damaged too many people along the way. I don't sympathize with people that bitch and complain about a system that they don't understand. And even if they do understand, why would they be telling other people, well, you don't understand, but yet at the same time you want them to change? You first have to assist them in awareness. And last time I remember, I only have to go to the flea market or the mall to realize most of us are just doing our own thing, whether we want to use the term that there's sheeps, NPCs. No, they're doing their own thing. Who am I to judge if it's right or wrong? It is a question I ask.
Yeah. I just got one of the most profound, ungrateful texts that I think I could have received.
Oh no.
Yeah. You you know, my mom has been supporting the bill for my son's situation, and he got upset with her last night. I haven't spoke to my son for a very long time, since he was forensically cleared. But he said, I'll be glad when Joanne meets God, she will finally learn the truth, and I'll be so happy. He's wishing death upon my mother, his grandma, the one that's been supporting him since he's been in there.
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty harsh that access and just total ungratefulness.
Well, that's why I quit talking to him.
And
Hey,
I understand that you're kind of stuck really because he is your son. It's not like you could say, oh well, I just pushed that over there and he's no longer in my life. It's not like that because he is your son.
Well, I thought it was kind of synchronistic to what we were just discussing. You know, not only is he
Yeah.
imprisoned in his mind, he's imprisoned in an actual jail. And for the reason that he's in there, now he's wishing it on the people that are trying to help him. You know, that to me is profound. You're in
That'll
That's
there
the
end.
irony. That's the
yeah,
bloody irony right there. Yeah.
yeah, you're in there for murder one. You're in a prison, and now you've imprisoned yourself in your mind and wishing death on the people who are trying to help you from the outside that have been there from the beginning, and that's what got you in this shit in the first place. And they will use that against him in court.
Let me ask you this. Are they helping from the outside because they know that placing judgment on somebody the way they do it is extensive? Now I don't know the case. I don't know what dude did, but it's sort of
It,
like this. This why prayers don't work. I'm gonna give it to you right back. This why prayers don't work. You have somebody praying that you go to jail, and you have people praying that you don't go to jail. God can't answer both of them. But go ahead, you got it.
it's just the profound irony of it. It's you know that's all I was observing and sharing with Dom and Dean, because they're familiar with the situation. I've washed my hands of it just because
Oh no, I get
it.
that part. I was asking you in an extensive measure. Do you think he deserved to go to jail if you was unbiased? You just somebody like me looking in on it. Do he deserve to get how much time they gave him, or is it conflict in the sentencing?
Well, they haven't sentenced him yet. They're still holding him. He's still got to go to trial. But the forensics come back negative. No gunpowder residue, no blood splatter, nothing to tie him,
All right,
no witnesses.
all right, cool. That's great. I'm saying if never mind court, right? You just a person that don't know this guy. If he really guilty, how much time should he get? If he really guilty, not if he not, or can somebody else decide that for your life? Because I believe that the courts is a bunch of baloney. I don't see how a man can tell me I got to do something the rest of my life that don't know me. But what would you
But
say to that?
that would require me condoning murder openly, and that's something I'm not willing to put forth on this platform.
That's cool. That's cool.
So I guess
What's up, Drop?
yeah.
Oh, cooler, man. Watching Judge Judy. Go ahead. I'm listening.
I guess it comes down to understanding how the court systems work and understand what they do to the vessel and who's actually being tried. So if you're disobedient in some way, and the system is set up that way, they'll determine whatever the amount is. Because there's usually a lot of things going behind the scene, and whether or not the judge is being whispered in a certain state, we get paid more money if you imprison that vessel, opposed to we'll eliminate the vessel with injections. So again, there's a lot behind all of that. We're talking from the outside looking in, saying if it's right or wrong, let alone what the sentence is. Well, we have to understand what the vessel first is and who's driving that vessel. There's a reason why they say 2 life sentences. You know, again, there's certain people participating here.
I'm right with you on that part. I'm saying, are the sentences extensive? I'm saying like this: you got people in jail for 100 pounds of marijuana, right? But now it's legal. So if it's legal now, then okay, cool. Even if you let them people out, they did time in jail for something that became legal. Did you know in 1964, heroin was a cold medicine? Google it yourself. Now I'm saying, now here's what I'm saying. The government is sending people to jail because they're not making no money. Now, to me, the only way you should do more than 7 years in jail if you did something to a kid and you killed somebody, or you beat a woman up, or a woman did something to you. This the only time. Harm. If there's no harm where I'm trying to do something to you, I think the government live off that, and that's why the jails is a big business. Y'all got it.
You're talking about, we're not talking about justice court, we're talking about commerce court. So here in Canada, when they legalize marijuana, I find it a joke through and through. Why? Because when did anybody allow anybody to tell anybody whether or not you can put something in your mouth? That's the game. So outside of that, doesn't matter if it's legal or illegal. That's about commerce. So now once people understand commerce, they realize now we're playing, little games about, okay, if you remove another human being, well, in some cultures, they believe because you failed your kids, we'll take over your kid. In other places, again, it doesn't matter if it's America, you got to look beyond the fact that these are borders. You got to say, okay, so then are we cattle? And what part is the cattle? That's why when you're in court, you're acknowledged as a human, the beast part. Now, whether or not a person says, I don't agree with going in jail, I said, well, you should have spent time telling your parents, why didn't you educate me on the system? Of course, most people don't want to do that because we don't agree with it. I said, well, that still doesn't give you the right to fucking do whatever the fuck you want to do. Now, I'm saddened for the beings that are in case. A lot of people go to war. So how do you convince a whole bunch of people to go to war? You wave a flag. We're doing it for America.
All right. Now, pause right there. Mm-hmm. The same reason you got a lot of people in jail, right? The government do the same thing, but not held accountable for it. Why not the apothecaries and pharmacies of Walgreens and CVS on a RICO law? Why ain't the doctors that prescribed all this medication that invaded the hood? Why the Border Patrol is not in a RICO law when they let all this shit come in here? Why, when they go to war, they don't come back with nothing but opium and opioids? Why nobody held accountable but the measly nigga in the hood? This is the problem that we overlooking. We get blamed. No, I know it ain't no could be. This is facts. The broke person has to be customer service for everything wrong the government let bypass. And not the black man, not the white, the broke person. If you ain't making more than 50, 60, 70,000 a year, you the spokesman for this shit. And that's fucked up, bro.
That's the so-called war on drugs. That's what's going down, bro.
Again, you have to look beyond the ideal that's government. This is corporations. It's business as usual for them. Most of us, whether we want to be classified as citizens or not, participate about it. And it's not just about genders, let alone the color of the skin.
Hold on. It's not. But you said look beyond that point?
Yes.
How? Tell me how, and I'm all ears. I'm listening. How do we look beyond the point that they're breaking the law and locking us up for it? I need to know the answer to this. Go ahead, you got it.
Self-discipline. Those pharmaceuticals are available to you. It's at your discretion whether you take them or not. Okay? Your ability to commit any type of crime against whatever the government laws are in your area, state, or province is up to you. Your mind is as free as you allow it to be, and your body will be addicted or it will be controlled by that which you allow.
I
Self-discipline.
get it. I get it. Self-discipline, that's bowing down. Say they legislate a law, because ain't no laws passed by votes no more. Say they legislate something now to where you got to be 30 years old to drive, right? You 28, you've been driving for 9 years. Is you supposed to park your car now because they said so? So you
I
can quote
wouldn't.
unquote, no, listen. So you can quote unquote be a law abiding citizen. No, this is how they control you. Half of these laws is a bunch of baloney. Half, matter of fact, 90% of them, the only thou shalt not kill is the only law I agree with, to keep it 100. Thou shalt not steal. I agree with that. And thou shalt not take advantage of nothing that's lesser than them. Whether you doing something to a kid, a woman, or a woman killing you in your sleep and all that. Everything else is to make money. And you can't tell me one law that's not to make money. So now I'm saying, all right, we do need these laws because people was lunatics. But is they taking advantage of it is the question. You
So,
got
Rob,
it.
do you know the difference between laws and policies? Because you're using laws incorrectly, by the way.
Man, it don't matter what it is. I'm
But
telling you what's going on.
you're
And if
okay.
you
But
gonna keep hold on. Y'all gonna keep ignoring these things I'm saying. You don't know what laws and policies is? No,
yes,
deal
they
with
are
what I
different.
said. All right, cool. I know legislation and laws. I pointed that
No,
out when I
laws,
was talking.
light, air, wind, and space. It has nothing to do with man-made policies.
All
If
right,
they say
cool. But
things,
that
thou
ain't my
shalt not,
bro.
thou shalt not kill.
Bro,
What do you
that's
think?
not my point though. You're running from the point by saying that.
Again,
The
you're looking
point
for
is,
answers. You're looking for answers opposed to directions. If you tell
oh
you new
man.
direction, well,
Hey,
sir,
Charles, these
you're put,
niggas
sir,
ain't
you
it.
drop.
Hey,
You're
bro,
putting
I
very
ain't
narrow
did nothing, bro.
questions.
You ran from the point
I didn't run
and
from nothing.
made your own
I
point.
asked you,
All
do
right,
you know
then
the
what was my
difference?
point then? Hey, bro, right now, if you
You don't
tell me
agree
what
with
my
the
point
way
was,
people are being jailed. I get it. There's a lot of humanity shit that we do to each other. I'm
yeah,
not here to disagree.
no, that wasn't my point, dude.
Okay,
Man,
but
you
I like to.
slower than a box of stones, bro. You was ready to attack, bro. Now, what's your point? Let's deal with your point since you just missed my whole point. You got it.
Not interested
My
at this
point
point.
was this.
Okay.
It ain't wrong until they say it's wrong, and then we gotta bow down to it and then get locked up for it. Now understand this. Um uh Walgreens sell dope every day. Nobody get locked up. But if you get a prescription and sell it yourself, you get locked up. All right, you saying cool. Then they could say, well, it's not against the law no more. Now it's cool to do it. Sort of like the marijuana, sort of like the alcohol, the liquor, the bootlegging, sort of like everything in life. That's why I told you about the heroin was cough medicine in the 60s. Look it up. All right, now cool. Now, once we understand all this, they set these laws to control the public. I want you to deal with that instead of pushing a narrative. So if we abide by citizens, abide by the citizens, and do what they say, are we bowing down to the government? Yes or no?
Yes, we are.
There you go.
I'm I'm one of those people that went to prison for 16 years for a dope case I didn't even do. So I'm definitely in that category, and I definitely feel what you're talking about. And the difference is, Pharmakia is they're licensed drug dealers, or no, let me take it back. They're the manufacturer, and the doctor is the licensed drug dealer. So basically, what we're really talking about is a motherfucker just not having a license to deal a fucking drug. That you're bootlegging a drug that you got from a drug dealer. And it's illegal.
You think they're bringing the opium from the Middle East and even Vietnam? You think they're bringing it over here, stamping it into medication?
Yeah, that's what the war is for. That's the
They've been doing
war. But let me ask you this: say you was
For
guilty.
the cancer patients, they got sick with you know. But anyway,
Hey, let me ask you this right quick, Charles. Say you was guilty for what you did. Did you deserve 16 years?
You know, here's how I looked at it, Drop. When they gave me that 16 years,
I don't believe so. I believe those laws are made so that we will break them, right?
I thought when I got those 16 years, how in the fuck? I can't do 16 years, man. Well, you're going to do the 16 years, and you take this plea bargain, or they're going to give you 20. Well, fuck. Here I am in an ultimatum, so I have to do the 16 years. So then I get asked the question, man, I couldn't do 16. How'd you do 16? Well, you'd be real fucking surprised when you ain't got a choice in the matter. But what do I think? My frame of thought was this. Well, if I'd have got caught for the shit that I did do, I'd probably be under the fucking prison. And that's the only way I could look at it, man.
That's crazy when somebody asks you, how'd you do it? I had no choice. What the fuck? How'd you do it? That's funny.
Now look, my cousin, right?
I did it.
He did 17.
I did it calendar by calendar.
Look, my cousin did 17.
How are you?
Hey, my cousin did like 15, 17 years, right? And he said, I asked him, would you did it again? He said, hell no. Everybody that ever went to jail, you ask them, would you do that again? They say, hell no. Now the crazy problem is they all go back to jail. That shit be crazy.
I'm curious.
Go ahead, you got it.
Look what Gabriel
I've been
wrote.
out since 2018.
He said, my friend got out of prison and told me that he found God in jail. I asked him, what was he in for? That's hilarious.
For selling dope.
Not everyone, but
you know, they're not
just prison find God all the time.
They're not just. Yeah, he's been hiding out in prison for a long time. He lived next door to my cell a couple times. But people go to prison for just doing dope, man. You know, you get caught with a meth pipe or a gram of dope for personal use, they'll lock you up for 3 years or something crazy.
Hey, here go the question for the panel. That's a good point. Should the dope fiend get more time than the drug dealer? The drug dealer ain't still their mama's TV. The dope fiend did. Who should get more? It is a sickness. Though,
I don't think being an addict or a dealer should be a imprisonable offense, man. I think that if you want to punish them, then take their money and shit. If you want to punish them, but you don't take away their life, their freedom. I just don't. I don't see where that.
Who's got the right to punish you? You're buying into
not only
the
that,
fact
but
that you need to be punished. You know.
It's all about.
You have to have
and that's why they punish you. If they ain't make it, this is why I'm gonna give it right to you. This is why drug dealers go to jail. The government don't make a cent off the profit they made. Now they making more money than a lot of people. They're making like 10 to 15,000 a week, right? For about at least 4 years before they get caught. This is a lot of money. Only thing that's saving the economy is they can't spend the money because you gotta have accountability for the money. So since the government know you made money, bro, you can sell 1,000,000 t-shirts. If you don't pay the government, you're going to jail for a long time. That it's all about the money, but y'all got it.
No, it is about the money, Drop, and
I agree.
you know, and the thing is that we've made the money, the card holder. We've made the money the law. We've made the money the jurisdiction over our lives. Yeah. Is that right or is that wrong? Well, to me, when you confine somebody because they didn't fit the bill, who's got the right to judge that? You know, it comes down to judgment at the end of the day, isn't it? Who's got the right to judge or deem whatever goes down?
It's like the judge in the courtroom's playing God. He's judging you. Is that the symbology in it?
It's like you get on probation, right? And they tell you you can't smoke weed or you're going to jail. This is my body. I can put anything in my body I want to. How is you telling me I can't or I gotta go to jail? It's like this is me. Once you gotta go to jail for who you is, that shit crazy. I can understand neglecting your children and they take your kids and you just unfit and all that. But when they start locking you up for shit you doing to yourself, I don't agree with that. If that person want to be a dope fiend, let them live on a corner and be a dope fiend. That's what they want to do. You can't say if you hit the pipe with locking you up. Who is you to tell me what to put in my body? So once they take your body away from you, they took everything, bro. But y'all got it.
It's good, Drop. You know, I mean, what you're saying is for me, excuse me, as I see what you're talking about. I mean, who gives them the right to be judged? That's, you know, Charles is getting at too. Where does it come from that we should have somebody make a jurisdiction of being the judge and the convictor, and subject another soul to some you know, trial, some subjugation that's going to impose discomfort into another person's quarter. Who gives anyone the right to do that? I mean, we don't have the right to attack anybody, to kill anybody. Of course we don't. So why have we got the right to subjugate a person to jail time for something that the laws can change and make it seem fit whenever they want? You know, the law can change and say and deem alcohol bad or good, and if it's deemed bad, then everybody's not allowed to touch it. If it's deemed good, and then it turns around and anybody can touch it. So, you know, to me, who is the deemer? Who is this person that's put themselves into this position? And do they have the right to do so?
That's what homie was talking about earlier when he was like the difference between laws and policies. That's where he was about to go with it too. My bad for cutting him off, but
no problem, sir.
It is a big difference. Y'all got it.
No different between human rights and sovereign beings. You know, this is, you weren't earlier, Drop, I was sharing about, are you the vessel? This is where when we talk about birth certificate. If you think you're the vessel, opposed to the essence to the vessel, you're going to be attached to it. So now, is it our responsibility to steward the vessel, yes. But if it's already been tagged that vessel belongs to whatever rules this realm, how we treat it, they have a say in the matter. But who we are aren't those things. This is why when people go to sleep, who runs the body? When we're hearing each other, who's running the liquids? That's not the lower program. Again, now I'm talking about programs. Now we can talk about daemons, the ones that rule over personalities and behaviors. Now we can talk about spiritual material. We can talk about laws and policies. Those are written things. You have to teach a whole bunch of human beings from the day that they're born how to read or write, and now they play pen and paper with them. That's all the indoctrination. I don't care if it's a picture, it's an indoctrination. But if we think it's our responsibility to be encased in these vessels, whether there's a contract or not, that's our responsibility individually. Hopefully our parents and our community, and this is why they divide and conquer, because if our parents didn't teach us, our aunt and uncles would teach us. No, Sonny, you want to drive one of their cars? No problem. But there's rules to follow. If you don't follow them, how do we punish you? Do we put you at the edge of the gate and say, we kick you out, you're the scapegoat? Maybe. There's different laws in different parts of the world where you, first time drunk driver in a place like one of those not Asian countries, Middle East countries, you lose a tongue. Now, why would you do that? Well, we're going to make the punishment so extreme that we hope nobody ever do that. But here in this part of the world, the developed parts of the world, we make money off of third, fourth time offenders. Now, the individual, I say, well, I don't agree with that. I said, but you're insignificant in the equation. But in your own little world, I would hope that somebody taught you how the rules are. I get it. If people go into court, that's the biggest mistake you can do. That's no different going into a casino. Biggest mistake you could do. Why? Unless you're actually on the take, you're laundering money, or you're basically in the system as a lawyer or a doctor thinking, I'm sorry, not a doctor, but a judge, the captain of the ship. We can play all that game with them. But the thing is it really about money, or is it about anchoring you here?
So basically you saying this is a game, and how you gonna play it if you don't know the rules. The rules say this. If you want to win, you got to go by the rules. If you break the rules, and like you said, and ain't no way around it, because them the people that's running this realm. It's their game, so you got to play it. What would you say to the state, the saying, if you can't beat them, join them?
A lot of them, I do hear that statement, but most people, if they're honest with themselves, they wouldn't be in their clubs because they haven't learned things. Most people don't realize to be in those clubs, you got to pay a lot of more money than you do if you pay like property tax or tribute. So it's a different game. For most people, they're not aware of that stuff. And even if they are, what would they do? So they do like a soul contract or whatever, not understanding what a soul really is data information, whether they sign it aware or not. Now, some of them might end up doing it, and this is why you hear certain musicians say, yeah, something jumps over, something jumps in. Now we're talking about walk-ins. Are we truly what we think we are? We're going to think some guy like Michael Jordan is the only person that's playing behind that vessel. No, fuck, they use that vessel like it's an NPC. Now he gets rewarded somehow. He gets rewarded with their money. Now, I'm just using him as an example. We could talk about any character that's actually done well for themselves. A magician like a Copperfield, for example. So now to understand those rules, then you have to say, okay, am I going to be disobedient or try to work with it? It's like working with the currency opposed to going against the currency. For some people, they're going to find out, I don't have that craft. And that's fine. Then I'm not going to be able to run like Usain Bolt. I use as an example. But I could still run, and I can spend a lot of energy trying to realize what I knew the very first moment. Yeah, I'm never going to run like him. So then appreciate his craft. But this is where people get into this envy and go ahead.
This is why people get into that. Is because we swimming in a rip current. We not going nowhere, but we moving effusively. And we drowning at the same time, and we're saying the cause of the rip current is the government, is the rules of society. And I think they need tweaks. Some say vote, some say don't vote. I'm saying run, get in a race so you can change it. If not, then we just gonna be complaining about what they gonna keep running, no matter who in office. So the rules is rigged, is what I'm saying. The rules is, all right, we get 21 points, y'all get 3, go.
Well, the thing is,
you know what I mean?
I'm hearing you. part of the ideal of casting one's vote to a system. I don't know if it's rigged per se, but some people will perceive it as rigged. You know, when we talk about governments, which one are we talking about? Communism governments, liberalism governments. This is the divide and conquer game. So now when we talk about a small, isolated country, I don't care if it's Canada or America, they're small. The fact that one country hides behind the concept of capitalism and they have a military and they can print whatever their money that they want. I'm not talking about the citizens there. You could do that with any ism. So now, thinking that for some reason, in this particular case, the empire called America collapsed in 2005. People just don't realize the currency was valued at 9 cents. So now you're on fumes. So they've been doing nothing more than moving their stuff. So when people say shit like, well, what about China? No, all the corporations are there. They're just going to move their military somewhere else. So when I hear an American soldier say, listen, Dominic, I'm defending my country. You're not defending your fucking country if you're in somebody else's country. That's called an invasion. And if they understand martial laws, you're not allowed to actually man that on your own citizens. So now when they do all these little distraction, Black Lives Matter, all these other things, that's all it is. Or the protests going on in Germany, they're just getting more information. Why? Because they understand the system, whoever they may be. I don't think it's even fucking human factors at that point. Because humans aren't that fucking smart.
Hey, look, the value of the dollar, right? The value of the dollar is irrelevant. Here's what's going on. Long as it don't collapse, right? They got a thing called the main dollar where everybody go by this dollar. Every international war was fought trying to collapse the American dollar. This is why America go to war. Once China and every other region say, okay, America dollar is not the top dollar, we only accept in this currency. Right now, our currency is accepted everywhere. You can't go to the store everywhere and spend China's money. You can't go to the store everywhere and spend Canada's money, but you can go everywhere and spend America's money. America go to war for that because once another money currency is accepted, we fold. They know it. And they'll go to war. They'll kill themselves. They'll sacrifice half of the United States. They don't care. It's all about controlling that capital. That's why you got capitals with the star, the fallen angels. The capital, the capital of all the continents all together is the United States. That's in the middle of a continent, but that's the capital of the world. That's the capital dollar. No matter if the dollar only worth 1 cent. Yeah, no matter if it's only worth 1 cent, it's the only dollar that's acceptable in any nation.
Okay, so
you can go anywhere and spend a green dollar back.
Okay, so unless you understand international, how they use spot for forwarding, understand the concept of fiat currency was to aid with the bartering system. It was actually for the elites. The ones that above them don't even play with money, first and foremost. So now this is a cheaper way of keeping slaves and masters in line. So now whether or not American currency that's forcing the rest of the world, I'm not talking about you guys that are in America, to trade with their currency. They brought in a new system. So they told in 2008, we're just going to print a whole bunch of money, give it to all the bankers and all that kind of stuff. We're going to blow up something in 2001 just to give an indication that it started. We're going to shift it now. We're going to go with the digital currency. The digital currency, what did into India or China. We're going to put a credit system under one. The other one will do expiry date. The American currency was only there for a temporary hold because it's just the empire. That's all it is. So now to think for some reason,
well, listen, bro, you're not understanding. I'm gonna give it right back to you because I'm cutting you off. You got to still understand the digital currency of America. There's no cash apps in other countries. Cash apps in America that's accepted worldwide. Even the digital, the US dollar is still capital and can be accepted everywhere. But go ahead, you got it.
Back in the British time, they used to use twigs as a way of indication of currency. So now the empire called the America, which is just the Roman Empire all over again. So they're using a currency. They've been running it ragged. Now, people only hear about New York with the digital, the little with $30 trillion in the hole. No, if you factor in pensioners, you're $300 trillion in the hole. So how does a country like that stay afloat? It doesn't. It needs military and printing money. So the rest of the countries of the world that borrow or use their currency are borrowing a debt. And one thing you can pay anything a debt with is with fiat currency. It's not like as though we have the luxury of having land. So now people like in America, that land is still being ruled by the monarchy. That's why some people have allodial titles, and some of them actually that don't have allodial titles, they pay something else called, what you call it, club membership fees. Now, to understand all of that, you'd realize it's just a landmass. It could be removed at any moment. So when Russia and China were forced to use their ruble and their yen to finance America for the last 15 years, it had its benefits. Why? Because their currency gets devalued. And now we're going to base our gold on a weaker currency. That's what they're doing. So now when they're aligning everybody to be with America, this won't be the Iran or Iraq war. It'll be everybody against Russia and the Ukrainian, because that landmass is ruled by the Vatican when they took it over from the Tsars family. They're going to say, all you people that align with America, fuck you now. Your economy is going to finally collapse. Now, that happens all the time. It's just that it's their story that they write. But to think that American currency is strong, no. Where was people when Argentina said fuck to the World Bank, or the Jamaican country got fucked over by the World Bank? Where were they when actually with Venezuela, their currency collapsed? Why, you don't think American currency can collapse?
So, all right, let me say this, and I'm gonna give it to you, Doug.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, now the saying is money and power, right? Money and power, right?
That's
all
for
right,
the
now,
citizens.
cool.
That's for the citizens.
No, all right, cool. No, that's for the world. Who got the most powerful military in the world?
Federal Reserve.
And who's spending? All right, cool. Whatever semantics.
No,
who
it
spend
is.
the most
It's not
money? All
American.
right, cool. That's great. All right, cool. Who spend the most money on their military?
Well, the
Who
Federal
don't
Reserve.
have nothing else in the world but money and military? America. We
Federal
don't
Reserve
got
spends
shit.
billions. Federal Reserve
Listen, you
spends
ain't
billions.
you're not trying to learn shit. Listen,
I'm trying to share with you
America.
awareness.
All right, no, I agree with everything you said. This is not incombative. I'm telling you how
Okay.
America is powerful. All right, cool. They spend all their money on military, right? We don't own in America. All you can get is wheat, bro. Wheat. That's all the land prosper. Cool. We got the Great Lakes. Cool. We got borders. Cool. But in reality, what makes us strong is we'll fuck anybody up. And if anybody even try to come here, our allies gonna fuck them up because our money powerful and our military powerful. Everything else a bunch of baloney. Why you think every African fucking nation is struggling? They don't have a military. They got the money, but they ain't got the power. You gotta have both of them. But go ahead, you got it, Charles.
Okay. So at that
I
point,
just
can I
wanted to
jump in on
say,
this? Yeah, go ahead.
we have more military on other countries than we do in our own home country. So that tells you the power of them. Go ahead.
Yeah, I had a question. I've been circling a topic and I'm trying to find the point of it. Going from where Drop was coming from, being an American, especially in the West, I'm being subject to a financial bubble deflation. My money is not going as far as it used to, and the procedures and etiquette of the city is no longer conducive to my being. Before, I could build up a resume, I can get a job, and things work out as the greater machine intended. But now, again, when there's this,
You said the inner workings. I'm right with you. Go ahead.
right. So there's this again, it's a deflation of our socioeconomic matrix. Let's just call it that. And I am trying to transition into a more organic or natural setting. The back to the land movement are some of the phrases. Retiring to your country estate is sometimes what people have done. A lot of the elites. So going from a more domesticated human and finding myself almost in this feral state to where I'm trapped in the streets and I'm longing for, more natural paths. In a song, there's times where you can bow out respectfully and your partner won't be offended. But when it comes to these war drums and when you're dealing with Babylon and the entity that rides upon the beast, she's not very forgiving when you bow out of a dance and there's still taxes owed on the table. Is there any bits of awareness you could share on how to gracefully bow out of a situation that's no longer conducive, like being in American cities and transitioning to a more to a situation that more resonates with who you are at the time?
Well, at this point, because we're living in a monitoring system with all the technology, we're openly talking, or people are talking there about their disobedient. So again, it's one of those things where America's military is used as international placeholders in other countries. Canada doesn't have to worry about it because we have a standing British Army here. You don't see them. Based on their pen to paper rules of the United Nations, if they ever have to apply martial law, the American military would be staying out of their country and they would bring foreign nations into America. Now, the American people might turn around and say, well, we can survive it. You ever fasted for 30 days? What do you mean? I said, because they'll fly drones over and say, listen, you bring your little fucking pellet little guns with your fucking foreign bullets. You're going to go to those FEMA camps. Now, the reason why they do that, because in history, Germany did the same thing. Eventually, people started stealing guns from other people because they got their little foot soldiers to beat you up if you didn't have one. This is military strategy. Now,
all right, hold on. Let's rewind, and I'm gonna give it right back to you.
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
But what about the inner workings? Like how dude was saying, my money ain't worth nothing no more. I used to get my paycheck. I have 400 left over after the bills. Now I got $74. All right, cool. The gas go up $3.88 a gallon, but my hourly rate is the same. So when I drive to work, it's actually taken from my money. If I go buy some bread, it was $3. Now it's $4. If I get some milk, it was $2. Now it's $3.50. So now that's what he was talking about by the collapsing of the American dollar.
Real quick to jump on that. To comment on your comment, when my US dollar loses buying power, it also goes hand in hand with the increased love I immediately start to get from my neighbors. I'm in the ghetto. I hear gunshots all the time. People are going without, and we literally have to come together to make certain people whole. And in a urban society, there should be enough surplus to take care of that. Right now, the machine is not being maintained and it's not operating at efficiency. So to line up that understanding with a reality matrix that's more conducive to it, that's what I was talking about. We all know certain individuals in the city are being used as the blood to fuel the machine. That's, again, we're not arguing that. We're not, being condescending towards that. There's really not much of a solution. But again, I'm trying to just line up and kind of put everything, to where it resonates.
You saying that the ghetto gotta quit being a pawn for their agenda. I know exactly what you're saying. We fall for the trap, then cry about getting locked up. When in reality, it's a game, man. We the pawns in front of the big pieces. But go ahead, you got
pawns
it.
and kings. We're the pawns and kings, and the gods of the city no longer want me. And I'd be willing to bet, as a betting human, I'd be willing to bet there's something I'm missing. That I'm hearing a song. They're calling to me. They're calling to me in the forest. They're calling to me into these different reality matrices to where I can apply something there, and then the space created from me leaving this urbanized city, it will allow better things to fill that void. Because right now I'm generating too much static charge that's going against what the city is trying to do. And again, when my grandfather sold the farm and tried to move to the city, it killed him. And it's killing my father. It's killing all these agricultural men that stepped up to do the work. Some got drafted into a war and they got lost that way. Some people get lost into the money. Some people get lost into these corporate titles. But what I'm noticing is I'm starting to get pulled by some sort of force, some sort of gravity, and I never subscribed to that. And I know there's a polite way. There's, magic words, please, thank you, and all this stuff. But there has to be a way to bow out of this system respectfully and engage in with another dance partner without, getting targeted for doing so. But yeah, you got it.
All right, so cool. How you fix it? How do you get the money out the if the ghetto is the number one consumer? How do you translate that money into money? Because into whatever you would want to call it. Because if you understand that the ghetto got the most money, but spend the most. The ghetto got more than any suburban people. So much money in the ghetto, right? Yeah, they do. All right, you got 17-year-olds with 100,000, right? So now the ghetto got all this money, but they only spend it on cars, drugs, and women. And stores, right? None of them cats get together and say, all right, let's put this money up at all. That would be a way to fix it, but that wouldn't be realistic.
So we know all these things though, right? What I'm talking about is, I'm not talking about the 17-year-olds that are, coming up tough, that are grinding and getting it. I'm not talking about the Bitcoin billionaires. I'm talking about the 15-year-olds that I'm trying to help, put on, get their lemonade stand idea ready, and they get shot before I can even see them prosper. I need to be somewhere else. It ain't how do we fix it. It's
so you try to
else.
Figure out how to protect our gems instead of letting the evil prosper. How do we get the ones that want to do the right thing to do the right thing before you, like you said, get shot or start selling dope or get off into the streets where, bro, you're an entrepreneur. How can I get you to just start the lawn service and use
I'm
the
not
same
judging the
hustle?
environment like that. So again, we get back to this judge concept to where I can only judge myself. I only barely know myself. But in these situations of the environment has already spoken to us. It is what it is, and I don't want to be that. I don't want to have to go around.
No, I'm
people. I
judging.
don't want to have to
I'm
steal.
judging.
I don't want to have
I'm
to
judging.
extract more from my herds than they have to give. That's the way the
I'm
cities are going.
judging.
We know these things, right?
I'm judging their ass because they fucking the whole thing up. This is why I'm placing judgment on the youth. I mean, we can't have all these sexy reds. We can't have youngsters thinking they can have $100,000 necklaces on. Bro, they preaching a goal to our kids that's unobtainable. And these kids be looking like, man, working here ain't gonna get me that money. Cause they not just trying to get an apartment and pay bills. They really want to spend 100,000 on a necklace today and still have a lot of money. So they start doing dumb shit. And they
the environment has made it a win-lose game. A lot of people lose, and the people that win big. I prefer win-win situations. You help me, I help you, or we both help each other, or we have a common goal and then we both win. But again, like I'm trying to say, the environment has switched to a track where it is very much so. Now it is grossly a win-lose game.
All right, say you 16, right?
We're in agreement on that. My point being is, since I am the one on the shorter end of the stick, what higher levels of thinking would assist in making that switch? And it's the small points that I'm getting hung up on, because I understand the just leave and go do it. I have big squares set up, but it's these smaller intricacies, the devil's in the details, and all you have to do is respectfully bow out. But nobody's taught me, nobody's given me the words, nobody's I haven't seen a good enough example of, letting go of these things. Because they say what?
You
Gautama
gotta,
Buddha,
as
Jesus,
a
Yeshua,
whole.
just let go of everything.
Hey, look,
That's
as a
too far
whole,
apart.
as a whole, all our people gotta make it cool to do that, right? Raise our kids where that's cool, and the other thing ain't cool. What's messing it up is the entertainment industry is making the other lifestyle cool. So all the kids are gotta fight with their parents, like you just don't know, and we like nah. So it all if you teach your daughter to like the nerd instead of the thug, vice versa. You teach your son to like the nerd instead of the sexy red. All right, as a whole, it would change the mentality. You will have a lot of people trying to be a nerd now. If hitting the books got you some pussy, you know how many cats that hit the books, it don't get you no pussy. So you know what, get them some pussy, a fitted hat and some Jordans. So they going for that. So if the females say, I don't care about your fitted hat and Jordans, what was your report card looking like? Boom, you would change the mentality. I mean, vice versa. I think we are worse enemies, put it like that. But my bad for the background. Like, say my son brought home the baddest female in the world, but I can see she what they call the OnlyFans type chick. And be like, yeah, you knocked the chick, but she OnlyFans. She don't get no props. And then he bring home a lawyer. I'm gonna be like, yeah, that's what's up. Fuck with her. If you teach your kids what to fuck with, it'll change the whole mentality of the whole neighborhood.
You can't be with a chick that does OnlyFans because the title says it all. She's only for the fans.
No, say that. No, say that to a pimp though. You know how much money he gonna make off the chick that's doing OnlyFans? He gonna buy her a whole cameras, lights, camera crew. He gonna make money. So it's a world for everything. We gotta make the world cool. Is non-violent. The cool world is giving people a fist bump. You got it.
So
It
now
used to be like that.
Hold on, I'm trying to mute up. My bad. You got it. Matter of fact,
everybody who's selling flesh and making money, they're on top and all that. But now the new statement in the neighborhood is telling some of these people who are selling flesh, yo, is that all the value that you're selling? Like, we have a lot more value than that to sell. If you sell a person, their intellectual property can get you a lot more money than just a lonely man. So there's this old world thinking, and everybody, the oldest profession, right? OnlyFans, oldest profession. But the most valuable profession is different. That's what they did with the temple priestesses. They turned them into OnlyFans girls, and then they'll turn them back into temple priestesses, and then they'll turn them back into OnlyFans girls. So that doesn't change.
So what does the economy look like when a currency collapses and you're no longer playing and you're motivating people to trade with each other with a piece of paper called fiat currency? What does that look like? And it's been many examples. Other countries have done it. So as I heard Drop talk about it, and that's the dynamics that we're in now, people work to earn money, but how does it look like when you don't actually have money anymore? Or it brings you no value. When a person says, listen, I don't want your gold nugget. Why? Because I don't want to have to burn it down. What would they do? And this is where they're bringing in the digital system. Again, the elites do not play with money.
These are the questions that go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's why they have NAFTA and all these other things, because they're talking about land. at that point.
Yeah, their chessboard's different from our chessboard.
Sure it is. Their hospitals are different. Their laws are different. Our policies are different. So now we're fighting among ourselves. So example would be a person in the military. That's one of us. Police officer, one of us. So when I hear people saying, I don't like police officers, I say, you're basically despiting your left arm for your right hand. Opposed to how would we look like if we had anarchy? It'd be pretty messy with the masses, especially when people don't understand how much they're comfortable knowing that there's 18-wheelers rolling in. Like for them, what they've been doing at the Panama Canal, it's a good study. They purposely hold stuff back there so they can crash the economy if they choose to. Why? Because what did they do in 1920 when they crashed the currency? They're just doing a different game, and then they're going to reboot it, and it's going to look differently. So when people are holding, let's say, American currency, it's useless. Now, somebody could say, yeah, because we traded internationally. This is the whole idea of what they did with Nixon, with the whole, the moon landing. All that was all a distraction because they were trying to just go away from gold and bring it to fiat currency with no ceiling now. So now this is a country that's been running in debt the whole time. And it has nothing to do with the citizens. They just reap the rewards from it. But dare not talk to other countries. They look at America as like, no, you're the enemy.
They put the boat on cruise control.
Sure they did. Sure they did, Charles.
Jumped off.
Now, when people start understanding about sorry for a second, B, when they start talking about the United Nations and understanding all that kind of stuff, then they can say, oh, are they going to implement that? Yeah, like a really good agenda. You're going to not have A, B, C. You might have D and E, F plans. So when they did the 2019, I'll call it for what it is. I won't go with the name. They just want to see, do we have a pulse going on? And when they did the pandemic, and Greek means all people, this means they're telling all their nobles, this is what we're going to do. You want to see some funny things? People are going to rush because we're going to tell them to go get toilet paper. Now, some people will get offended and say, well, I can't believe they're sheep. I said, how many people are sheep wearing a tie when they go to an office? How many construction workers wear that big X on their jacket? That's the game that we're in. Now, just because they're changing what the bar looks like, people are going to get disturbed outside of try to understand the system so you know exactly where you can fit in. To be rebellious with a system based on one's personal views, I don't agree with this. Okay. How does that help the rest of the community? How does a community look like when it all of a sudden collapses? And the only reason why it was somewhat held up is because they had police forces monitoring it. Dare not go to another country where they say, listen, we don't play with money here. What are you going to give us in exchange? A good one night with you, some drinking, some apples, your daughter? And this has been going on even when we've been alive, guys, just in different countries. They just divide and say, well, Russia's bad. How do we know they're bad? How do we know Ukrainian's bad? How do we know Australia is bad? We don't. It's the stories that they tell us. But they do have the Commonwealth countries. Yeah, but they gave China back. No, they didn't. They just handed it over to put their puppets, which is called governments, but they rule it from top to bottom still. Same with India. When we talk about governments, we're not seeing the picture. We're just seeing the tax collectors. Whether or not most people that work for there really understand the system, they don't. They're not going to study and understand how America really runs. I'm not saying I know it, but I know some parts of it, and I'm realizing, holy fuck. Then what everybody else is talking about. They're talking about their feelings, and usually they're underdeveloped. I don't agree with it. We shouldn't go to jail. Then you start understanding, wait a second here. Jail, don't they make money from all that stuff? Sure they do. Don't lawyers and doctors make money? Sure they do. Judges, yeah, sure they do. They're not somebody say you have a lot of stocks in Bitcoin. Okay, so what is that going to do? That's favoring the new system. How many people would actually give up their currency at that point, their digital currency, knowing that it's going to harm humanity? Only if they make a profit. That's awareness. That's all that is. This is not me picking a side. I'm a fly on the wall sometimes. I'm like, oh, that's interesting. But for the people that actually come down and they make a decision, they've already casted their votes with their likes and dislikes. Now, whether or not you want to vote for somebody, like in this case in America, one president over another, you're just picking one of their stooges. They're not, most people find out, most of the head positions are ruled by Zionists. And what are Zionists? Another form of Germans. Anyway, sorry, B, I know you were going to say something. I apologize.
No, you're good.
Sorry.
You're good.
I know you were going to say something. I apologize.
you're all good. This is all feeding into what I'm trying to process. So if one is taught to live in a way that's not limited by money or color, color of skin, or, you know, these very divisive and limiting factors, is it best to limit interactions with the public?
Depends on the foundation. If your foundation is pretty strong, and then you'll build on it. But a lot of people like to build on things that once it gets tested, they never had a strong foundation. So if you treat your human friends as a person that you receive kindly and openly, because I don't know who they are, you know, opposed to judging them based on some other interaction with another human being, well, then you're not being fair to the moment. Now, some people, they can go intuitively and say, listen, I just don't trust being around that person. Okay, then you just stay away from them. You know, so again, communities, we don't have enough strength in a lot of communities because a lot of us don't have skills to sustain, like, you know, grow our own foods, build our own houses. It's relied on big industries to do all of that stuff. And we've given that away in exchange for comforts. Most people aren't going to go to the woods to cut down a tree. They'll go to Home Depot and get the wood. That's just awareness. That's not.
Oh, shit. That's all lazy. I tell people, like,
but that's what money does.
Society's designed to makes everyone lazy and comfortable.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just a lifestyle.
Yeah, a lifestyle. Bingo. No different calculator. Calculator made us lazy. Like the comforts, I can not have to think about it. I'll just type it in quickly. No different now. We don't have to learn different languages. Just talk to Siri. Hey, I'm going to say a word in English. Say it in Chinese or Asian or what? Sorry, Mandarin. My apologies. Mandarin or Cantonese. You know, and it'll speak for us. And how much that's going to make us lazier. That's all that is. You know, now people can say, well, then that's wrong. I'm like, no, you're seeing it too short-sighted. It's not about right or wrong. And if you want to do right, go to England, do 4 rights, you come back in a complete circle. This is not about categorizing these things. It's just about being aware of those things. And once you're aware of it, then you can say, okay, know thyself. Would I actually be able to maintain the system opposed to just changing it? For most people, probably not. It would take a group to do that. And when we fight among ourselves, or people fight among ourselves in these small little groups, the elites are giggling, especially when people start saying things like black and white. If I was in the elite, I'm like, did we give them the word black and white? Yeah. Did they realize they're not black and white? They're different shades, and that could change at any moment. What do you mean? Well, if I'm with a Nigerian, I'm light skinned. If I'm with an albino, I could be dark skinned. That changes. But when people play that game, they're giggling to no end, probably. I know I would be. Well, they're lost. Don't worry about them. They're going to be fighting out of a paper bag. They think for some reason America is going to be protected because they all have guns, but not realizing, do you see all the 18-wheelers coming in and going to Walmart? Well, yeah, they'll stop. Then you'll see whether or not you're going to eat a squirrel, maybe even eat a beaver. You know, then you have to learn about how to cook them. Well, I don't know how to cook a beaver. What do you think you're going to do? We're only complaining about the price of food. The reason why the prices have gone up is because the currency has collapsed. And big corporations says the only reason why we're going to go into your country is if you flip up your currency. That's why other countries used to say, we'll just add 3 zeros at the end of the one to give the illusion it's worth more. It's useless. The only reason why America's currency is somewhat strong in other countries because their countries are useless and everybody else has to trade with them. So if I'm going to do international,
that makes sense.
That's all it is, Charles. You know,
So
again,
if 2 zeros after the 1 and zeros are what? They're zeros.
Yeah,
still value. So yeah, it's 1 still.
Yeah, you wake up tomorrow and they find out your pensions are useless now. Yeah, but they can't do that.
And Social Security.
Yeah.
And they only go back 10 years if you get hurt too. So all them years before that, they took your money.
Yeah.
So that's that.
Well, they did a study years ago with the Chinese, the Asian market, where they were trying to think, what do we do when in 20 and 50, the aging population would be at such a high level? So this is why the United Nations mandated China 1 child per family. Now, people think China,
it's crazy, man, how they legally rob us.
Well, pen and paper again, Charles. That's all that is. They only convince us to read and write and then do that. Outside of that, they're not, okay, most of the military guys that are, say, in America, they're in another country because of some sort of paper documents. Literally, they're holding a gun They have the power. This is kind of like watching Space Jam. You have one little guy ruling all the giants. That's exactly how the game is played. But the masses are too busy disorganizing themselves, bitching and complaining. But now there could be something done, but those are foot soldiers. You need strategists. You need people that are philosopher, poets. They're going to say, okay, let's make sense of this first before we go there aimlessly fighting people that we don't got a clue what we're fighting against. If there's a fight to be fought, I'm only assuming when there's a fight to be fought, and then find out that these families are generational family and they just hire people. You just have to watch a royalty movie or whatever and say, hey, how do they have 40 people staff? Because what they earn in one day, it'll be double and triple because they have land. Follow the speech. I'm a duke. I'm a baron. What does that mean? That means I rule land. I get whatever properties on top of it. Well, you own that countryside? No. You see all those high rises in New York? That land, I rule it. I collect. Oh, okay. And if you understand that, then you'll understand Freemasons. Now, for some Masons, like a Manly P. Hall, he understood and he learned about esoteric stuff. That's a different game. He just happened to be a Freemason.
So who are the founders? Hold on, let me pause. I forgot. I'm watching stupid movies playing in the background. Hold on. Who are the founders?
For what, Charles? What founders? For who?
For the land. People who claim stuff that they found.
This is where they talk about bloodlines. A lot of kings and queens have fought, and a lot of peasants would have been our forefathers fought for them, and they would give them certain lands for a period of time. And then when they went to war, you have to go fight with them. And if you didn't, well, when we come back, we'll remove you. And if the king lost the war, you would lose your land. And if you fought for that king and you lost, that land will be toppled over and given to somebody else. And before they used to call it tribute. Today they call it property tax. But we pay in so many ways to them. Parking ticket goes to corporations. I'm a licensed electrician. I pay for my certificate. That goes to a corporation. That's all gets collected by the government and it goes into a big corporation or like a stock market that makes the Dow Jones look like it's a baby. And then the families can take from it. What we get as citizens in all these different countries is called a budget. We get an allowance. And what they do is they openly admit, we have this budget. Like say in America, all the big corporations get to take from it first. We're going to give some to the police academy for all our new trucks we're going to get. And then it's filtering down to the people that work there. That's why we have a constant debt and it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Dare not understand that Obama, when he was for president, he spent, or they used him as an excuse because really Biden was actually the one running the whole show, even though he was vice president. Basically, he spent more money in his 8-year term than all the other presidents prior to them in the debt. And we're talking trillions. We're not talking billions. Fuck, I can't even grasp the idea of $1 trillion. But that's the game. But only reason why most of us are becoming aware of all of this stuff is because of this technology. But people don't have discernment of, okay, what do I do with that information? I can't say some. Some people do, obviously. A lot of people. It could be millions. But you get a lot of people that just disgruntled. I said, you're a foot soldier. Fuck, you might as well be a beanbag at that point. Sad to say that. Because they don't understand how the system is run. Well, I have guns. What is that going to do in a time where your family can't be fed anymore? One thing is to go to the grocery store and it's too expensive. Another thing is to go to the grocery store and find out there's nothing there. Then what are you going to do? You're holding thousands of dollars. It's useless. You know, how many people go to other countries like Cuba and they go there as a tourist, but meanwhile, the people that live there have to have rations. Go figure that system out.
That's why you got to have a plan A, B, C, D, E, and F.
Yeah, after that, even throw some numbers in while you're in there, Charles. You know, I got my A14 and my B38. You know, I'm playing bingo now. And again, it's one of those things, are we really trying to help each other or just be like a puppy mill? You know, starving. We're all trying to survive. You know, I don't agree with the elites. Well, the elites aren't doing all of this. They're paying people to do.
People better pray it don't come to that, to whoever God.
Well, now we're putting the concept of faith to things, whether it's to a God or towards their money. See, at least guys that say, listen, I put my faith in money. I said, I hope at least you studied and understood what money is, then, because you've been working for it, you've been earning it, you've been seeing what it can do, but have you understood how it comes to be? And I know a couple of buddies, they've done well for them financially. But
it's an IOU, right?
It is. That's all it is.
Piece of paper.
That's right. And that means you got to convince a whole bunch of people that you have to trade with it.
Yeah, and unless you cash that in, it's worthless.
Yeah, and the way it works is if I go to a farm, if I give somebody an IOU saying, listen, I'm going to trade my chicken for whatever for this piece of paper, I can give a whole bunch of IOUs for that chicken.
Right.
I'm just hoping that they never cash in on that. That's what they did with gold.
We got tricked into using it. So even in the coins we use, it's mostly like zinc and it's like they done played us on that too.
We played
ourselves more or less.
Yeah, I'm a collector, but I get it. You know, when they do like with Beckett, that's a game they do with Beckett with the trading cards.
Yeah.
You know, he's
in the
have
market. A buyer for it to be worth something. You could label a price on it until someone buys it. It ain't worth that.
But I think like
say it was worth that.
Yeah. Like Beckett or people that do coins, it's inside trader. So Beckett will actually have his own people. They'll hoard it. He'll determine and he'll say, well, I'm being very neutral. No, you're not neutral. You're indifferent. I mean, you're involved in all of that. So they can say a card like a Wayne Gretzky card is worth only so much. Then drop.
Oh, you got to get it graded now too. That's another thing.
That's another game now. So now you have another
third party.
That's right. So they're making all kinds of money. They could be Pokemon cards as far as at that point. It could be furniture. So they determine what they think the value should be, and they'll suppress it or raise it. Like any stock, you can have lots of stock, but if only few people are willing to buy it when it's collapsing, you know you're in the game now, because the people that can afford it are going to wait because they understand the market. We're not going to buy it at 80 cents to the dollar. We're not even going to buy it at 60. People will start getting desperate. And then once it gets down to like 30 cents, then you'll find a few that'll buy it. And then they'll bring it back up. Who makes the money outside of the big players is the agents that are trading back and forth. They're not, people start learning about the thing called arbitrage, where they solely just play with money and numbers. Fractions of number changing, they can make millions, hundreds of millions of dollars within a 30-second transaction. You know, that's why they say money makes money. These are the big boys, but they're not the top boys. They're the big boys. They're the ones that play with hundreds of millions, billions, trillions of dollars. But then there's people that rule land, hence real estate. You know, when somebody tells me, Tom, I'm a landlord, no, you're not. You're in the housing business. Now, unless they want to tell me that they're got allodial titles, and even that, they're still in the housing business. Now, if they say they're a duke, then I said, okay, I've erred here. I've never met a duke before, so you're a rarity. If they want to understand this realm, now I enjoy sharing about what possibilities of other things, spiritual stuff. That's just me. Now, people say that's full of crap. I'm like, fucking chasing money without understanding is full of crap too. Sorry, Charles, I went way off on a tangent there.
No, it's just the when I learned the whole concept of a dollar bill and the IOU, it's just a piece of paper until you can cash it in. I said, man, first it went from gold, copper, having metals, which still is, but for the majority, it's not. It's that piece of paper, that IOU. And if you really people don't really think that's crazy, man. That's I don't know how this whole thing went about, but I mean,
it's a form of insanity, doing the same thing hoping for a different result, but meanwhile getting the same rewards. I remember doing that when I was a kid. I enjoyed doing different things. Money was a novelty, but when I realized I got to do this all the time now, got a little bit crazy. Now somebody could turn around and say, but Dom, you need it. I said, see, that's another game that we're playing now. You're going to tell me that I need it. I said, I don't need money. Maybe what I can buy, some of my needs or my wants, but I don't need money.
Yeah, there's a difference, a need and a want.
Yeah, wants are usually lacks. So all our needs are here in this realm. We just have to figure out what our lacks are. Do I have to learn how to be a farmer? a hunter, become an electrician, become a plumber. I'm just using those as simple examples. A person that doesn't take care of themselves, now we need doctors. A person that doesn't know how to deal with their own affairs, now we need lawyers. That's the fun part. When you have a society that needs way more doctors and lawyers, that means we've gone backwards. And then we capitalize on each other. Oh, you can sell a house for $1 million. That house is not worth $1 million, but they'll earn money. I bet I've earned all this money, because I have to make sure when people say they're making money, I said, that's a different game. Are you printing the stuff? Because if
I've seen $1 million homes.
Yeah.
I'm not impressed at all. It's like junk.
Yeah.
Ever since I've seen this architecture, stuff today, $1 million homes are just like it's like a stretched house. That's all they're like, most of them.
Mm-hmm. Now, for the people that
here.
Enjoy it, fine for them. For me, what I see, because I've wired a lot of homes, it's kind of like, okay, one thing I see, not to take away from the person that wants that house, I would have to clean it. I would have to put junk in it. Holy fuck, that's just too much work for me. But
you gotta pay taxes on a lot too.
Yeah,
water, land.
It's a motel for some of them, or they're too busy working to obtain it. It's like having children, but you don't have time to enjoy them, or vice versa. That's what we've become. We've become these ants running around. Sorry, that's my apology. I should never insult ants. They're pretty advanced species. They're just lucky they don't have to be like us. But we are just roaming around. Whether it's $1 million home or it's a $400 shed or $100 shed or a tent, each individual person. But I get it. We're living in a civilized system. If you want to live outside of a civilized system, move out of the cities, take your chance with nature, whether it's a jungle or a forest. And most of us probably wouldn't, because we're like flies to shit.
Too comfortable.
Yeah, we like our comfort. That's attachments. That's that actually is one of the main things about suffering, our desires and our comforts. Now that's a little bit towards Buddhism kind of ideal. How many people would leave everything they own to follow Jesus? No, I want my cake and eat it. Oh, okay. I guess you're going to have cake with Jesus when you're being moved out of this system, if that's even a possibility.
It just blows my mind, though, how such few stare an entire realm of it kind of reminds me of insects, or it doesn't kind of, it does. It reminds me of insects. How there's one person at the tip of that pyramid controlling all the people, and we just go along with it.
Mm-hmm. Well, we do it out of
amazing.
Yeah. Charles, we do it out of, I remember my wife sharing this with me. The term kind of resonated when she told me conscious ignorant. We're consciously being ignorant. Because we can't use niscient to mean that we can't know. No, all this technology gives it away. Somebody can't say to me, Dominic, I don't know how to fix an engine. I said, okay, you don't know how to do it or know about it. Why? Because you can go online right now and watch a video of a guy replacing an engine. Yeah, but I don't know how to do it. I said, that's not the question you asked. You said you don't know. We know how the economy is. So we can just go online. For a lot of people, they just don't know how to comprehend all of that. They don't know how to put those pieces together. No different. I can't make a 3-point shot with a whole bunch of people guarding me kind of idea. But some people can. They've practiced to learn that. Or some people know what type of animals to raise and graze in certain types of land. For other
That's why people got to treat everything like a craft and master it.
Yeah, you master it, you become aware of it. Hopefully you have other people you can bounce it back and forth instead of competing with each other, unless it's helping you grow. Opposed to denouncing each other. That's why I enjoy conversations where we're going to share with each other. Where other people, it's kind of like my way is better than your way. I said, you're playing against a guy that plays chess. I don't care about the outcome. I enjoy playing chess. And if the fact that I know I can play chess, I could play anybody that knows how to play chess. I'm just not caught up in the outcome. Now, for other people, that might be important to them. Okay, Dom, I like to win chess. Okay, good enough. All the power to you. What are you going to do next? You're going to have a ranking. You're going to find the best chess player out there. And then once you're the best player out there, then you have to be concerned about everybody else trying to knock you off your peg. If that's what you want to do, you'll get those rewards, whatever they may be. But I'm not going to participate in that, because there's other things I've done in my life, and I realized I've done them. I don't want to keep doing it. Fuck, I remember when I had to give up basketball. I didn't have to give it up. I just moved to something else. You know, it's not anything else. Card collecting was a fun thing for me. I don't know if you can relate to this, Charles. I just enjoy hunting it down, going trade shows and meeting people and having chit chats with them about cards.
Yeah, I've been to places like flea markets. They don't have them anymore. A lot of the family-owned businesses, whatever they are, I said this the other day, are being eliminated, and it's all corporate mass, sale. Like everything in one store, everything is quickly made. Even the food is terrible. There's no family-owned businesses who put their heart into the business, and then you get some of the culture with the food, and you get to meet a family. I don't know.
So,
The things the way they are now are lame. It's just too bland.
okay, so knowing that, Charles, who, if there was, I'm going to play this game of fault. Who's at fault then? Is it the big corporation? Is it the small mom and pop, or is it the masses that figure I'd rather just go to a McDonald's I can get out of every other corner?
Masses. It's
Sure
our
it is.
fault.
Sure,
We
it's,
always,
or at least we're
it always
accountable for
starts
it.
with self. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's the masses. We like our comforts. You know, sure, a big a mom and pop grocery store can only stay afloat if they can offer the service, which is great. But when it comes to a big store like Walmart that's open 24/7, customers are going to go there. I only have to go in the parking lot at Costco or Sam's and say, oh, yeah, this is where we're at, you know. But in my own little world, if I want to just make it about me, well, it's wrong. Then I'm not taking into account everything else that I'm seeing then. You know, I only have to go and see a whole bunch of people at Walmart doing face recognition, waiting in line, and then somebody will complain, well, I don't like this checkout. You're checking everything out off the shelves, so why would that be any different?
It's going to bite us in our ass real bad that we got comfortable because it's easier to go along with it than stand your fucking ground. It's going to bite us in the ass so hard. People are going to, then they'll be crying for real.
Yeah, they can. And eventually they'll run out of tears. They'll run out of tears. Okay, so now what do we do? It's kind of like a child. Yeah, it's kind of like
it to that.
Yeah, well, I think most of us, a lot of us will to a certain point. You know, there is the concept of depopulation only because we've allowed ourselves to be comfortable. You know, it'd be different if a person really enjoyed being a cashier or working in a bank. You know, and say, I really enjoy it. I really offer the service and we do a little pushback. But more times they're not, no, I'd rather do interact. So what are you really saying to the cashier then? You know, that's just where we're at. People just don't see how much we're the frog in the water. They just think, oh, it's going to happen overnight. No, they've been talking about
the water
courtesy.
is being sprayed with pesticides.
Well, that's a bonus at that point. That's a bonus at that point. We're getting eliminated. You know, it's one of those things, Charles. I know it sounds the way I say it sometimes. Well, Dom, I'm not here to favor these things one way or the other. I'm not representing the elites. But then again, I'm also not going to represent the masses, even though I'm among the masses. But I'm also within the elites too. They might not live near me per se. You know, it's like every time people want to play instruments, aren't we buying that instrument from some sort of big corporation? Sure we are. It's not like as though we're going out in the woods and we're like shaving some sort of tree and making a drum out of it.
It's like things are mass produced and produced at such a rate that there's no, people didn't like build it to last. Like it's a piece of art. They built it because it's just a product. It's just a job to that person. It's not a craft.
What's the other one they were pushing around the last about 4 or 5 years ago? And I think, I don't know if it went through, something to be able to fix, you know, like, so they don't have to, this is how Tesla works around it, where they don't actually have dealerships anymore. So now if you want to be able to fix your car, they don't have to give you the parts, the schematics, you know, and this is what they've been doing. They do that with, I forget what this term, there's a term for it. You know, the people that have like computers and all that kind of stuff, kitchen appliances. Eventually they're going to have it that you have to bring it back to the manufacturer. You know, they no longer have to give you the ability to know how to fix it. So that'll be more control, if we're going to call it for what it is, control. I think they passed that in certain parts in the States. So if you have military stuff or like farming stuff, they don't have to give you the tools or the schematic drawing. So now you have to bring it back to the factory or the manufacturer, and then they can refurbish it. So people that used to have old cars that you can twinkle with it, eventually that's going to slow down. But those things have been passed. We're just seeing the back end of it. You know, and how they distract people, just strike them a little bit with their comforts. That'll keep them busy for a while. You know, the price of food, price of
Give
gas.
them a football game.
There you
Baseball
go.
game.
That's right. Yeah, give us the NFL.
See how sports cover the whole year? I was thinking about every season they got sports.
Yeah.
Keep them busy.
Yeah.
Give them religion, sports. They'll be so busy, they'll never know what we're doing over here.
Yeah. But yet, Charles, this is the fun one. When 2019, I'll call it for what it is, this 2019, when it hit, they showed you everything they own. The Vatican shut down.
The power.
Mecca shut down. The sports shut down. All of that. But meanwhile, you could still go to a gas station and touch it, touch the nozzle and touch yourself, you know, your nose or whatever. Hey, but it's okay now. You're not going to get that, whatever that thing is. You know, I used to tell my buddies, I said, study what a virus is or isn't first before you start talking about this other thing.
Didn't they say the AIDS was a virus? And that was my first thought when I heard it. I remember when it first started, I said, wait a minute. Once it hits the oxygen, it dies. So what are people worried about, man? It's a 97% recovery rate. That's it. This ain't medical advice. It says it on Google. Look it up. So there's that.
Even the term, I hope I can say it, cancer. How cancer cells, forget about people thinking it's a negative thing. How do cancer cells get activated? That's the thing people should start learning and realize how much cancer cells are there to help you. But unfortunately, people don't understand really what gets into disease. It's not just what goes in your mouth. It's
parasite.
It's a cell.
Right.
It helps the white and red cells. That's not they're designed to do. So now when we introduce things like Wi-Fi, electricity, the outer vessels being bombarded. You know, think about when people talk about fluoride. It's not just what goes in your mouth. It's what we put on us with the showers and all that kind of stuff. If people think that fluoride is a bad thing, meaning it could be harmful to the body, well, then a lot of things harmful to the body. No different than a lot of things that we go in. That's what nature's all about. Nature has its constructive and destructive mechanism. You know, if we know that we live in a place where it's a flood zone, we have to know, be prepared. Build your house on stilts. If you want to live in that area, you know, but unfortunately for some reason.
House built on stilts.
Yeah, I think Louisiana, a lot of them built in that area. They built on stilts. You know,
the RZA said that in one of his verses, and I said, where the hell do they live on houses on the Philippines?
I think even in the States, Louisiana, some of them they do.
Yeah, Louisiana.
Yeah,
I'm gonna look into that.
Park your car underneath because you know you're not going to be using it. Especially if it's flooded. You know, it's one of those things. We're funny that way, actually. We just think, oh, in my own little bubble, it doesn't occur. It's when you start opening it up and start realizing, holy shit, I've been living my whole life with the me. Outside of that, you know, how does it affect me? The government's affecting me. The weather outside, you know, my buddies say, well, Dominic, I don't like rain. I said, well, I'm glad you're not the only person in control. Why? Because farmers need rain. Now, just because they want to go on a vacation and they wanted to make it nice and hot or whatever, I said, I get it. But we do need the weather and many variations of it. You know, it's like when my buddy said to me, Dom, the sun's not out. I said, whoever told you that the sun's not out? Well, it's not out. I said, no, the sun's always there. You're talking about the clouds in the way of it, aren't you? Now they get upset with me because I said, I'm trying to understand language. I'm trying to be clear when I'm talking, and I'm hoping that I'm helping you. If I don't know how to pronounce a word and a person corrects it, I said, thank you. Exactly what he said. You know, I'm not offended because somebody corrects me. I can't speak a word, let alone comprehend it. You know, but I get it. People, they play these fun games. Hey, Dom, I was dating this chick. I usually stop the conversation. When did you start dating farm animals? Well, you know what I mean. I said, no, clarify.
You got to stop calling her child a kid. It's a baby sheep.
Yeah, there you go. It's a
child.
teenager. Yeah, he's a teenager. He's a young adult. You know what I mean? Like, I know I don't want to be called a kid. Even though a lot of times I might act like a little child.
I try not to use the word kid. Sometimes I slip, but
Yeah.
I'm deprogramming that garbage. You know.
Yeah. So you can fill in different programs, which is a good
Yeah.
thing, Chelsea. That's all it is. You're replacing one that works better with another one. That's all. It's like putting numbers in an equation. If you're looking for a certain
That's
outcome,
true.
there's a good chance you're using the wrong combination or a particular number set that doesn't give you what you're looking for. And that's what some people are doing. I don't agree with the system. I get the word. I said, okay, so what are you going to make changes to get the result? Or are you still expecting somebody else to do that for you?
You got to make changes with yourself.
Yeah, or at least become aware of it first. You know, as they say, part of the battle of knowing that you're an alcoholic is to figure out, you know, you're going to be honest. That's part of it. And then they go to AA. I said, but you're doing recovery. What do you mean? You're covering up something still. What do you mean? What emotion is attached to that particular habit? Oh, I don't know. Well, don't you get angry when you get drunk? I said, there you go. Now, what are you angry of? Now, yeah, sorry. But what are you angry about now? It could be a lot of things. I'm angry the way the world is. I'm angry because I can't get my way. I'm angry because I have this warped leg. It could be many reasons why a person is angry. But people think it's a one-fit-all kind of situation. Not my world, it doesn't. Moment to moment, it can change. Well, that's too much work, Dom. Okay. It's too much work. But yeah, you want a big change of the system, but that's too much work. Okay.
Well, first, like you say, Dom, you got to change yourself before you can change anything else, right?
Yeah, I'm with you, Dean. But for some people, maybe the start could just, because, you know, we're at that age now, we can just at least become aware of the self. What have I been doing? What are some of my habits, good or bad? If they want to use the word good or bad, you know, favorable, non-favorable. Are they useful? Are they healthy? A lot of my buddies will say, yeah, you eat because, like most of us, we eat because we're hungry. But is it healthy, the food that we're eating? Opposed to our likes. Well, Dom, I like a burger. I said, you just said the word, but is it healthy for you? Don't know. And it depends when you eat it. You know, whether it's a burger, you know, it could be a fruit, a vegetable. I love when people get into their diets and they talk about, well, I'm a meat eater. Okay, what type of meat do you eat? Domestic? Wild? I don't know. Are you a fruitarian? Are you a breatharian? Do you do
human
fasting?
legs?
Yeah. Do you eat human legs? Do you drink blood? Do you eat chicken feet? What do you eat? You know. You know, I'm not, and I'm the kind of person, Dean, I put it in a way, if a person really sees me, I'm kind of giggling a little bit because I'm genuinely, sincerely asking questions because they're trying to ask me why I have my diet. I'm like, no, it's better for you to ask yourself, why do you eat the type of food you do? Well, I don't know. I said, but then you want to know me. Okay.
But basically, it's not questioning others, it's questioning self, isn't it?
Yes. Oh, very much so, Dean. You know, you get it. Charles gets it. A lot of people get it. It's just sometimes we get a little bit of a brain fart and it's like, oh, okay, so what am I supposed to do with that information now? Well, Dom, you fucked up. Okay. Own it. And that's it. I don't own it to somebody else, hence the word forgive. I forgive myself. I can forgive others, but they don't accept it. It still goes back to me.
Really. I mean, I've taken a lot out of the conversation today. Thank you very much. I have.
But Dean, at the same time, I could be just full of shit, which I'm okay with.
No, I don't think so. I mean, actually, you know, I mean, some people could say you're full of shit, but if I've taken some goodness out of it, it's not full of shit, is it?
You know, thank you, Dean. Go ahead, sorry, Dean.
It's all right. I was just saying that I've taken something out of it today. I've taken something out of your conversation today. And
yeah. I've had some of the youth sometimes catch me on that. I said, Don, what do you mean? I said, finally somebody asking me a question. What do you mean when you say you're full of shit? Well, shit comes in many forms. There's fertilizing shit. There's toxic shit. And there's the kind of shit that insects have to reproduce in. That's all I'm saying. It's still useful. All of it's still useful. But people get offended when they hear the word bullshit. I said, well, I thought we were talking about belief systems. Why are you talking about an animal species? Because I've seen bullshit. It doesn't offend me. But that's where most people are, and that's their lazy speech. Oh, okay, so you have belief systems. Okay, if you think it's good or bad. So I cleverly say that, Dean, and I'm really saying it cleverly when I say I'm full of shit. I want to see whether or not people
I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
but it's my existence to live. But it is my existence to live. You know, whether or not I have all the information or I don't, that's still for me to own. You know, and I'm not here to be everybody else's example. You know, I hope that we do that as a community, or at least a small community. Okay, today I'm going to eat the berry. Why, Dean? Because last week it was another guy. If I eat the berry and it's a new berry for our community and I die, you guys are going to celebrate. If I eat it and I live, we're still going to celebrate. So now we know what to eat. So I made that sacrifice.
Yeah, it's just the same as me saying, "Well, I want to go. I want to retain my memory until I'm, you know, day dot."
Mm-hmm.
And it's just what I want, you know.
Yeah, I'm with you. My father's at
What
that
does
age.
this say? It says
What was that?
something solar redundant virtues. What the heck's that first part? Hankasium? Hankasium?
I'm going to have to get my little magnifying glass, my extra eyes.
That's Saturn holding the sickle. I think that's what it is, the sickle, right? Yeah. And I know it has to do with farming too, but it says I can only read the sola, which probably sun. Retundant virtues. Sola, retundant. Let's see what that means. Latin. It's got to be Latin. We'll find out.
Dean, do you want me to drop? I'm sorry. Do you want me to drop? Somebody wants to chat. I don't know who he is. DIC. Somebody's asking for you to drop the link.
Oh, hold on. That's probably Nagarjini, yeah. Oops. All right, Latin. Boop. Let's see. Okay. Great. Now I can't see the text. All right, we'll try Sola first. Sola means alone in Latin? Oh, man. Okay, retundant.
Retundant.
I don't know if it's Latin. I'm taking a guess. Retundant. Thunders. And then the last word is virtuous. How do you spell it? V-U-R?
It's got V-I-R-T-E
V-I-R.
or T-V. Yeah.
T-U-S.
Virtuous.
Only virtue thunders. But I don't have the beginning part. I gotta type that in this. It looks like H-A-N-C. Hank. And then it says A-C-I-E-M. Virtue is the only one that overcomes vanity. That's in Latin. I don't even know if that's Latin. I just translated it. And it came out to, virtue is the only one that overcomes vanity. Incasium sola rotundet virtus. Now, I could be wrong. What other language could that be?
To me, that's Latin.
Yeah, French.
Possibly.
Spain.
I don't
Let
think
me
it's
see. French.
Danish.
Let's try French. See what happens. It won't do it.
For me,
It's Latin.
you're wielding a tool that's meant to harvest. That's what the sickle
Yeah.
resembles.
Or Saturn. But yeah, I think it has to do more with farming and
Well, even farming souls, because that's all we are, really. We are souls being farmed.
Sola rotundet virtus. I got a bunch of these little things. Like this one here is pretty interesting. It's got the Globus Cruciger at the bottom. It's got the serpent. No, that's a dragon. Same thing.
It's got 3 heads that we can see. We could almost
One
say
looks
there's
like
a
Trump. The guy on the right looks like Trump to me. The way his hair comes out. Anyway. The person in the center got a halo with a 6-pointed star on their forehead. What does it say in that book? Ine something yen. Anyway, it's probably nothing. What's a geniate? A genuate. What does that say? Visus me genuate.
A conduit is something that it's something can travel in.
Yeah, that says genuate though.
So a genuate to me is are you a genuine? Are you genuine?
Probably means nothing. I don't know. What's V? Is that an F? No, it's an S. Because they write S's like that. But why would they have the regular S? It's like, I'm confused here. I don't know. Visus. I don't know. That's cool. We go to the next one. Boop. The anchor. Same thing as the
to me, it's anything with wings is a depiction of being
but they're in prison there. Look at the things on their neck. It's hooked up to that thing. They're like You see it, or am I bugging?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, so it's very they're basically they're being the best they can be for that type of system, aren't they?
Aldi, Philly, Philly. I don't know. That's Latin too. Constantia. Labor et Constantia.
Well, to me, labor would be labor.
Yeah.
Um,
And Constantia.
laboring for the cause.
Right?
Yeah, laboring for the cause.
Vincenti. I like that, man. That's pretty cool. They took that from the dollar bill. These are the 4 elements: air, terra, aqua, and
Well, terra is earth, aqua would be water, air would be air, of course.
aqua. Yeah, and that's air. And then what's the other one?
Ignis.
Stone. The 4 elements are earth, water, air, and fire.
And
Ignis, the sun, fire.
Yep.
But then they got the moon for
Basically, so they're saying that the moon affects the air. The seas and what's in them, the aqua.
anything but aqua, yeah. That crescent, it almost looks like a person, right? The M shape is the feet. It's got one eye with horns. What's the longest somebody could sit in this position before your leg falls asleep?
Well, I guess it's training, really, isn't it? For a baby, if it was trained that way, it may not get the same kind of reaction, you know, like you and I. If you train to do that from the word go, like when you're a baby, when you get to your elder age, you're still able to accomplish it. But I mean, I cannot put myself into that position anymore. It just don't fit. My legs don't want to bloody do it.
That, by the way, that's a great pic you have there, Charles, showing all the different colors for each day. Whoever did that, that's a nice one. Even talks about the stones.
Yeah. I was looking for a picture like this. I mean, you know, It's I like how they lined all that up. Now I thought it had the zodiac, but I guess not. Now, what the heck? Hold on, let me turn that off. Boop. What the heck's Chiron, Juno, Pallas, Vesta? Those aren't planets. And Ceres, or Ceres. Pluto was never even a real planet. Neptune and Uranus was never a planet. The original 7, including the Sun and Moon. Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Mercury, and Venus.
Well, we have many stars up in the sky, so maybe somebody knows about naming them. And again, I think
we all could name a star, right? Shit, maybe 3 or 4.
Symbols with symbols. So we got a symbol, and then the words are their own symbols. So
ask someone that. I'm gonna say, hey man, what's the difference between words and symbols? See what they say.
I would think each word, like the word sun, aren't they all symbols too?
I meant letters, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
I said words. Man, what's the difference between letters and symbols? There is none, but some people, I'm gonna see if I could trick them.
I think we'd be tricking ourselves at that point, Charles.
Yeah, but it's still fun sometimes.
Yeah, okay. You always have to, you can say fun or sad, but yeah, you're leaning towards fun. Are those sigils, for example, behind like the sun with the circle with the dot opposed to Mercury? It's
gullible. That's why we follow along with everything. Very gullible and easy to steer and control.
Mm-hmm.
Like children with a toy.
Yep. But then we look at the species, whether it's plant kingdom or the animal kingdom. Do they actually have to have a book to remember how to be a bird, or does a tree need to have a recording of something, like what we call a device, like a recording machine, to know what to be a tree? Or are we the only species that need to record things in a written form?
Well, now you could identify as a lug nut, and it's all right.
Mm-hmm.
Never thought I would see a day. You sound like my grandfather. He thought the same thing about our generation, that we were going nuts. Now I kind of see it too.
When he said not like, I'll use words. Do you think energetically we're going to lose ourselves? We're going to distance ourselves from nature? I get the word when we say the word nut, like when somebody says the word crazy. What's the other words that we can use energetically to resonate with us?
I gotta look up what Chiron. Juno? What was that god that sounded like Janice? I had it wrong. Janis Joplin? Or Janice? Wasn't Janice a sky god? Goddess? Something. I'm gonna name my son Enki. My son Enki is gonna identify as a winged parrot. So they're, are they, I don't know. Aren't some of these the Egyptian? No, these aren't Egyptian. These Mesopotamian hieroglyphs. Sin. Marlboro. I remember when I was younger, somebody said the Triple K owns Marlboro or something, or that's their symbol on there. As a matter of fact, we're gonna look that symbol up.
So all those signs that you just posted up there, giving each other members or people that are in clubs signals to tell each other who's ruling, how they're ruling. It's like, you look at gas and you see something at
It's like gang
148.
signs, right?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's like when you see something like at Home Depot or gas stations when they say price tag of like 148.8. Why the 0.8 opposed to point, let alone any points? Is there some sort of data information being shared?
Veni, Vidi, Vici. I forgot what that means. We're gonna look that up in Latin. Veni, Vidi, Vici. I gotta remember that. Veni, Vidi, Vici. Hopefully I don't misspell it. Veni. Uh-oh. I forgot to spell Vici. Uh-oh. I failed.
Pen and paper. Pen and
Oh,
paper.
V-I-C-I. Okay, I got it. I saw, I came, I conquered. Okay, that sounds real familiar. Yes, sir. Symbol on the Marlboro pack means that's the Triple K symbol. I don't know, it's not. I came, I saw, I conquered. Sounds like a typical white man. No, I'm joking.
We have concept, Charles, like we have ruling planets, and then maybe from a different perception, there's signs. Like this is where Are we looking at things as gauges? Like the location of these ruling planets. Does it give us an indication when people plant things? That's one form of energy. When people are doing financial transaction, they understand the concept of Mercury retrograde, the alignment of the moon. Now these are,
Cymatics.
yeah.
Like everything's energy.
Mm-hmm. Those ones look like they were crop circles.
Oh shit! I don't know Firefox had the Ouroboros symbol with a fox. Interesting. Who's Vodafone? And I don't know why they have NASA, because, well, yeah, it's a serpent chasing its tail, but someone said, NASA, before they do a liftoff, they say T minus. Now, if you add that T they minus to NASA, you get what? Come on. It's elementary here. No one's got it yet. If you add the T, when they say T minus, the T they took out, what do you get?
Sorry, Charles. I'm trying to wrap my head around that. Maybe I'm missing it. Once you share,
if you put a T, put a T with the words NASA, you get Satan. In the beginning of before liftoff, they always say T minus, and they start the countdown.
Okay. Satan,
someone
Santa
pointed that out, and I was like, "Wow, how come I never thought of that?" It's a possibility. I'm not saying it's fact, but it's interesting.
Satan's always getting a bad rap.
They do it to themselves.
Yeah. It's a good chance the people that follow that ideal probably don't even follow Satan. Follow God or Satan.
That's why I don't bash Satan people, because I don't know nothing about. I'm learning. I don't think it's all about slaughtering people and doing dark witchcraft and all. There's something more to that. And I'm not saying people don't do that, but they do that with every other religion. So how can
war is another bloodletting device when people go to war.
Evil everywhere, man.
Is it evil or just destructive behavior?
Destructive.
Yeah,
I just use that to describe, but yeah.
Nature shows it all. It shows it all the time.
Non-compliant, psycho, any word of English is such a vast language.
Charles, we're in a body
like a sea of words.
We're in a body that's decaying, so it's destructive. It's doing it slowly.
That's true.
It's just that some of us have our own agenda, such as I want to live forever. Okay, so you want to live forever. How do you want to live forever? You want to look like you're 20, 30, 40?
You just want to be remembered forever.
Yeah, Hitler did a good job then, if that was what he wanted, because he's always being talked about, regardless if it's positive or negative. It's in advertising, regardless if you're talking negative or positive about somebody, it's still advertising.
Well, look at, it kills me, just my point of view, how I see it. A lot of people say, I work hard my whole life, so I'll be remembered forever. And then I think to myself, okay, that's fine and dandy. You reap the benefits now. But, in all, was the person truly happy? What did they sacrifice just to, I don't know. I think life is, not to sound selfish, but it is about you. It's your life. It's your experience.
Oh, once you become, you start swinging words around and you start saying things like, or you become aware, I'm in life. So life exists with or without us. It's like when me and my buddies used to joke about it and say, well, go to a cemetery. How far back do they go? 1800 at the best. So what are they doing with the masses? You go to these big fancy cemeteries, you see a lot of these Mason signs. So it's for them. Yeah, okay. So we really should go back to the earth, help us, with nature and all that. But
I
get
didn't
it.
put these together just to let people know. I just wanted to look at the different symbols and see why the person aligned them this way. Some of them to me don't synchronize them, like, but it could be it's about the people that know each other. Like you said, they're throwing their sign up to represent.
Just drive on the highway. Look at every car's logo. You'll start getting symbols, or look at the Bluetooth symbol or the Wi-Fi symbol. We all use them, so we're actually giving energy to those things.
They had that project, Dominic, called Project Bluebird, and then what do you know? They come out with Twitter. I was like, when I first heard the word, I think Joe Rogan was talking about Project Bluebird, and my first thought in my mind was Twitter, right? And I went and read about it. I'm like, no fucking way. I think Project Bluebird was a project on how to spy on other people. No, right? I'm gonna have to look into that again. So I'd be confusing projects. Go ahead, Dean.
Yeah, that was Dean.
I'm just unmuted my mic, so I'm just trying to because my power, the power just died in the house. It stopped. I'm down to 4%. I just plugged it. The bloody house! We got we got power outage today. I didn't know until I just bloody looked up on my email. But I was wondering why my phone was disappearing, even though I was plugged in, and I was thinking, "Holy shit, what's going on?" And so I had to plug into my 12-volt system to stay in the loop. I'm down to 4%. I forgot about the bloody power outage today. Sorry, Naga. Carry on.
Oh, y'all hear me, right? I just wanted to verify. You got it.
Who's beautiful birds in the background?
It's B.
Who was that spoke on life? That said life. Somebody said something about life earlier. Was that you, Dean?
The first thing it says, when I looked up Project Bluebird, it says, can accurate information be obtained from willing or unwilling individuals? That's crazy. What was that, Naga?
I thought I heard somebody spoke about life earlier.
Life?
Yeah, somebody said something about life. Was it Dean?
It's probably Dominic. What do you mean? About are we the vessel?
What did you hear about that, Naga? Sorry, how did you hear it?
Say that again?
How did you hear it? Like, obviously you heard it. Were you inquiring about how it was said or why it was said?
I can't really remember. That's why I wanted that person to kind of speak about it.
Okay.
I was trying to elaborate on it.
Well, the way I said it anyway, I don't know if other people said it, was I used the idea that we're in life opposed to that we are life.
Well, yeah, I think I kind of remember a little bit. Somebody said life exists without us, with or without us.
Mm-hmm.
I thought I heard you said that life is exists with or without us.
Yep, that's how I said it. Yep. If you have a different spin, be sure.
I kind of I go with that. I go with that. I think that life is its own entity. You know, like how we like to think God is its own entity. So I think life itself is its own entity. You know, that live through that live through us or live inside of us. You know.
Yeah, and then we can entertain the ideal of what air might be or prana. I use the word essence, for example. So, so when something is no longer here, whether, people can gauge it by saying there's a certain amount of weight that is unaccountable when they measure a body that's something no longer, or something is inside of that. So
Say
life
that
could
one
be
more
what
time.
something, when they do studies and they weigh a body prior to them no longer being alive. And then they say there's just a certain weight that's unaccounted for. It's probably fractions. So if we could be the essence that travels within what's called life. Life could be maybe a word of saying the word love. It gives to all, whether you're a criminal doing good behavior, bad behavior, a tree, a plant, air, skinny water, as some of my buddies call it, skinny water. And we have other elements around us, whether it's land, earth, water, the light, for example. Ether. Yep, ether. Again, we're giving words to these things. They're not. We actually see the energy of these things. Maybe some people can, and then they might see what's called colors.
What's the energy, like the electricity, the gases, material, the light?
Mm-hmm. Charles, it could be all the same source, and we just give a different name. Sornaga.
I think these are all byproducts.
That's why I'm confused when they say the polarities, but it's one source. They're splitting the source into two, which
It is true. There is the product and the byproduct, right? So it is true. Some of us we indulge in the byproduct, you know, and trying to relate it to the product itself.
I just want to say real quick, who's seen this picture? So I'm gonna erase it, but you see the faces they lined up with these people? I don't know if it's all computer generated, but
It is.
I've seen pictures of, I forgot who these two people are, Nefertiti and someone else maybe, but I've seen where people had the pictures next to each other. This person aligned them. I mean, damn, that's pretty good. I'm not saying it's true, but shit, man. Either that's some ancestors, or that's a strong possibility that you know
Of
probably not.
reincarnation, a strong.
People say they took the DNA from these two people's bones and created Shmobama and Michelle.
Mm. Well, that's what I was. That's where I was going when I was talking about the Skull and Bones Club and whether bones are being held from a previous time and they're being used to conjure, right?
Yeah, that's what I thought that would represent, like Skull and Bones in Yale. There's a lot of
Is the skull a bone?
the Scholar Bones.
The skull. The skull. The skull. Is
Oh
it a
yeah, the
bone?
Skull and Bones. Yeah, it's in Connecticut, the state I live in.
Nah. Here. I'm asking a question Because we're talking about skull and bones, right? And bones, right?
Yeah, in witchcraft,
So,
using them.
so I'm asking, is the skull a bone?
I don't know. Is it? That's a good question.
I
Because
mean, I mean, if we're saying everything is one, if we're saying everything is one, then by that logic, you
it's
know.
a skeleton when it's connected. And when you break the skeleton, you got bones.
So I don't know. Is it a trick when they say skull and bone? Is it a trick, or is it really the skull and the bone?
Mm.
Either way, they got the pirate symbol. And you know what's crazy? Not only do they use the pirate symbol, they operate under maritime law. That's what
Hmm.
makes it more like, who really runs the world? Pirates? Tom Brady's Buccaneers? No one's seen the symbolism in that, I just have to say. When he went from a patriot to a pirate.
Well, you say pirates. You're saying they're criminals against the system. Yeah.
Yeah. And Tom Brady, all that symbolism, I'm starting to figure out through sports, just speaking to each other, people who know. But yeah. And I don't get me wrong, I like the movie Pirates in the Caribbean. When he's fighting the
It was
British and
it
shit,
was
I get
it was
amped up.
exciting. Yeah. So what are
But
we? It kind of says, what are we excited by? Yeah.
just like I found out when I was younger with the Red Sox and Yankees, was the British versus the Yanks. My friend would be like, you ain't British. You're a Yankee, bro. You fought for your independence." And I'm like, "True. That's what it does symbolize." But fuck the Yankees. I like the Red Sox. I like the players that were on it. But anyway, so I wonder if these teams represent a certain. I've always wondered, like, like we 99% of the players are in a lodge paying dues. They're dipping in all their pockets for sure. So not only do you got to pay dues, you're paying taxes. Um, I wonder how much it costs to be a 33rd degree Mason to become unfrozen and get your little match.
Or you mean to be accepted as a 33rd?
It ain't free either.
Yeah, to be accepted ain't free. To be accepted anywhere is not free.
Yeah, it's more than paying money probably at that point. But
But to
who
be to
knows?
be to be
Well,
just to be
they
don't cost
definitely
don't cost. I don't think it
paying
costs
some kind
anything
of
to be.
due. Sorry, no.
Yeah, I was just saying I don't think it costs anything to be, but to be accepted, it definitely costs. You know, based on what you want to be accepted by, you know, that's what define the price. But to just be, it don't cost a thing. It's free.
Be
It's
all
like
you can be in the army. My bad. I'm stoned, everyone. I smoked some of this purple herb. Man.
As long as it's doing the trick.
I'm on a whole other frequency, man. You know the moonwalk wasn't created by Michael Jackson? It was created by, I forgot the guy's name, but it was created a long time ago.
If there is a creator, everything has to be created by the creator. If there is a creator, everything everything gotta trace back to that creator.
Super sober is good at times. I used to be a true pothead and overdid it for years when I was younger. 7, 8 blunts a day, big ass blunts. This is back before everyone and their mom had fucking really good bud. These are the days in the 90s when if you had fucking some hydro or chocolate Thai, you were somebody special at that time. Rolling that up. But yeah, I don't smoke like every day all day. So I smoke a little bowl and I'm fucking baked. And that's how I like it.
I'm the same, Chuck. Now I've got to the stage where I once upon a time I used to smoke all the time, every day. At waking hour until I went to sleep. Nowadays, I'm not as invested in it, right? So, yeah, I can get stoned on a wee smidgen compared to what I used to be able to,
Yeah, that was me too. I used to smoke every day, from the time I wake up to the time, time I go to sleep too. But
It was a
now
ritual.
now I don't
Smoking.
even smoke anymore. I've started to think that, if you get high enough, you don't have to keep on getting high. You could just stay high.
The
But some
best
people don't
high
get high enough.
to me is in life just being at true peace, everything working out for you. It don't ever always stay like that, but that's true peace. When you're at true peace, no high on any
Yeah,
drug could match that.
I find to be for me, true peace is when I'm, say, going camping or even just doing something that I really enjoy, going walking or something, but just
Stay
to
happy.
enjoy, to be happy in it while you're doing it, whatever
You
you're
gotta
doing.
stay away from certain people in life. Like they always say, you become who you're around. Their energy wears off on you.
Do you think that peace can be taken away?
Huh?
If you find peace in what you're doing, do you think that peace can be taken away?
Peace can be taken away?
No. Listen to the question. If you find peace in what you're doing, do you
Yeah.
think that peace can be taken away whenever you stop doing what you was
Of
doing?
course. Anything could be taken away. Hell yeah. When everything's going good, people be like, damn, everything's going good. Something's gonna go wrong soon. And they just cursed themselves. You just spoke that into
Yeah.
existence. But yeah, nothing in life lasts forever as far as like true peace, and there's always bumps in the road for some reason. It's just maybe it keeps you on your toes, it keeps you sharp. I don't know, but
So listen to this. Listen to this, Charles. If we say nothing lasts forever except for one thing, does that make it two different things?
I should have quoted that better.
Say that again.
I shouldn't have said nothing lasts forever. I shouldn't have said that. I should have said it differently. When it comes to peace or happiness, it seems it don't last forever, at least in my life. I'm gonna speak from my experience. All right, I said that better now.
I started to think it's only one thing that lasts forever. Everything else is temporary. But it's kind of hard to find that one thing that lasts forever because I feel like everybody is running away from it or is fighting it. That one thing, for example, Dominic just spoke about life, how life, exists with or without us, you know. But I think, you know, a lot of us, we're running away. We either running away from life or we're fighting with life.
I'm always at war in my mind. I'm trying to get rid of that, find that true peace, and I figure I'm already at halftime, and these 42 years flew by. I'm at that great number 42. 42 years young, but I lived. I could live again, and some. So it's time to get serious about my health. Put some exercise in there. Not overdo it, but enough to keep the blood circulating, keep my brain circulating. Um, I've elevated to where I'm learning to not stress nothing. I'm trying to just not worry about nothing. Um, because I think stress. I've watched people that were manic depressive and people with depression. That should have killed you, man. Um, the mind is very powerful. A lot of people don't realize that.
Look, if you ask anybody at the top of the society that's been there for a long time, not somebody that just, you know, get to the top. Somebody that's, since you was a kid, you always find them. You since you was a kid, you realize that they was at the top. Now you whoever you are, right? And you're like, damn, they're still at the top, right? So if you could imagine that person, and if you could ask them, how did you able to remain at the top for so long? They will tell you that they constantly reinvent themselves. That's the way.
Yeah,
That's how they do it. But when
yeah,
it
I
comes to
know. A
us,
lot, a lot of artists do that in the music industry. They create other characters.
but when it comes to
That's
us,
that's kind of genius.
yeah, when it comes to us, I think we so attached to what we don't even have, so we lose everything that we have. If that makes sense. Meaning
Forever
that,
Love 774. That's why they say, um, what's that saying? That's why they say the windshield's bigger than the rear view, because what's ahead is more important than you already passed. I stress in the past too, but I'm trying to let all that shit go, man, because it's done. It's over with. I can't change none of that. It's time to let that shit go. No.
yeah, I think a lot of us, like I said, we so attached to something we don't even have, something that have us, but we so attached to it, something we don't even have, so we end up losing everything that we have. You know, that I think that that's the best way I think we could put it. Because we lose. I feel like we lose uh eternal life or forever life because we so attached to temporary life. You know, we so attached to something that's temporary. And we lose the whole eternity of it. Like so if you would ask all the rappers, like you said, that constantly reinvent themselves, You know, why didn't you, you still who you were, as a rapper? Everybody like you, everybody fucks with you, They will tell you that's not who they are, That was just something they used to get them where they wanted to go, But a lot of time we don't realize that, we don't see that, we think that's who we are, so we end up losing ourselves, our true essence of who we are.
I'm gonna end this live stream in like 20 minutes. What time is it? It's about to be 5 o'clock here in 20 minutes. What time's it over there, Dean? I know it's freaking Thursday already for you. What is it, Thursday afternoon? How about, oh, you're on the East Coast, Naga, right?
Actually, 10:40 a.m. Yep.
Wow, it's early
Yeah,
for you.
it's 4:40 for me. It's
Yeah,
4:40.
that's the time it is here.
Yep.
That quote, well, I said it in the chat, but that quote I said, the windshield is bigger than the rear view because what's ahead's more important than what already passed. I stole that from Jelly Roll. He's a musician. He does songs with Adam Calhoun and a bunch of other artists that are really good, man. Like I can't think of all their names. There's a bunch of them. But he said that on at an awards ceremony, and I caught the little video of it, and I said, "Man, that's some wise words said." And I said, "Thank you, Jelly Roll. I'm gonna borrow that." Because I'm sure he borrowed that from someone else told him that. And that's how you pass wisdom down. You plant seeds. That's why I like music that's not just about sneakers and gold chains and this and bitches and hoes and alcohol, drugs, guns, robbing, selling, destroying, self-destruction. That shit's becoming whack to me, man.
Yeah, I think eventually we ain't gonna have no choice but to let go of everything that's temporary, because the only
Yeah.
thing we
Yep.
will see
Imagine
is
that,
that,
Naga.
right.
Like I think about my mom, and when she got the news she was gonna expire, I think about that a lot, and I think, damn man, like we already have to face it one day regardless, but to have to face it early, um, but yeah, just having to face death, period. You know it's coming. It's they teach us to fear death, and you know I still don't see all the facts to prove that there's a heaven after we die. Why do we gotta wait till after we die to have a heaven? You know, what the fuck?
What else they
Uh,
say we scared of, Charles? What else they say people are scared of? The things that we don't know, right?
yeah, yep.
So fear is really something that you don't know, you're not aware of, you have no knowledge of.
Well, I guess someone's got to die. We're gonna create a machine to where it'll let you go over and come back. Like what movie was that? Constantine, where the dude he sat in a chair and he put his feet in water, and I think he threw something in the water and it electrocuted him. And he went to hell. But something with the cat. They used the cat too. Who remembers that in Constantine? You got to check that movie out. I think it's with
I get to the point where I end up
Johnny
to make
Depp.
my own movie. I get to the point where I want to make my own movie. I think one day the veil is going to lift up,
I'll play a
and
character.
there won't be no devil. You know,
I'll
it,
play the
it will
devil.
I don't think at that point. I think the veil is the devil. You know, the veil
Oh,
is the veil is devil or the devil. So I think when the devil or the veil is lifted up, you know, then everything will be. You know, the only thing we'll see is what is. You know, I don't think it's any machine. I think we are in the time of the machines, right?
I forgot what I was gonna look up, man.
Oh, that movie.
What movie was that?
I think you was talking about a movie that had some type of machine that was able to bring people back, I guess, or that was able
No,
to.
no, I said they should invent a machine. Oh, Constantine. Yes, thank you, bro. That ain't the weed. I've been having. I think it's. I gotta stop making coffee with tap water because, uh, people could look this stuff up. Side effects of fluoride. Um, it makes old people forget. Look it up. What
That's
certain
what I'm
metals do
saying.
to the brain. Certain metals attack the brain, and you start to forget things. You get Alzheimer's. You get seizures. I was looking all this stuff up. It's in Google. I mean, how can these people get mad? I'm stuff anyone could look up.
You know what else make you forget? Smoking.
Yeah, they say that.
I want to
They
just
do.
say,
Oh, there's another Constantine.
he says, Dominic says later, Dean. So I just want to say later, Dom,
Yeah,
and
peace,
to
Dominic. Thanks for coming
and to
up,
be what
man.
it
I
is.
always appreciate it. Dom was cooking today, man. People gotta watch this.
Hell yeah, he's the reason why I came up here. He and Dean, both of them was cooking.
See, yeah, when Dominic talks, I I relate to some of the stuff and my ignorance, and I start evaluating myself. I'm like, damn, yep, that's true.
Yeah, that's where it's at. That's where we're all at. And I really think we look at it. We're breaking stuff down every day, but really we're looking at ourselves, aren't we? You know, and how we think, how we relate to each other, and our actions. And yeah, that's what I like about Dom. He really sort of uh, unfolds um, just how we look at ourselves and how we uh, program even ourselves to these programs. Like we allow ourselves to be programmed, or are we being a proactive participant?
Hmm.
Um,
What's the biggest killer?
do we even veil our own mind with the stuff that we hold as dear? I just listened to
Systems
Nadia and
brain.
how you were saying, the veil's being lifted. Well, the veil can only be lifted from yourself, really. You can only lift the veil off yourself.
No,
Well,
you
I
gotta
think
lift
life
the
itself.
veil
I think
off
I
your
think life
soul.
itself. I think life itself is is being. I have the I have that thing that the I said that quote that I that came to me as a revelation that the discovery was the covering. So I think life itself, you know, has a veil, you know, and it
Yes,
will be lifted up. It will that veil, will be lifted up, you know.
I think it is. I mean, when we talk and like look at what's going on around us and the things that are being revealed. So,
Mhm.
I feel that is what's happening. The veil is being lifted.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And it's just the beginning. You're right. Yeah, I think people have. Oh, we always had the ability to lift up the veil, to peek under the curtain, because we are people. So we always had that ability, to take a peek, to take a look, what's under the veil ourselves, you know. But I think it's coming to the time that the only thing that's gonna be, uh, that's gonna be, what I'm saying is what is, you know.
Mm.
We won't have
Yes.
to be, we won't
Lifting
have
that
to,
curtain.
yeah.
But a lot of lifting the curtain or the veil, a lot of it was depressing. I had to learn to deal with it and accept it to a certain extent.
To accept our part in it, yes. I think that's the thing, isn't it? Really, is how much we're invested in it,
Mm-hmm.
and mm,
Yeah.
and I mean,
Who's a Wu-Tang Killer
we've
B?
even we've even been invested in it because we were born. You know,
Are you a Wu-Tang Killer
um,
B?
Forever Love says, always thought prescription drugs was biggest killer. Yep.
I guess Dean isn't a Wu-Tang Killer B.
A Wu-Tang Killer bee.
Um, that's why I asked, what's the biggest cause of death? Is it gun? Is it murder? Oh well. Or is it, let me say, by weapons, drugs, or abortion? Which one's the biggest? Statistically, I would say drugs. Could be wrong.
Well, everything is a drug in a way.
True. Especially that synthetic sugar. They say that's like crack cocaine.
I mean, I'm addicted to sugar. I know I am.
I like
Um,
how you said that. How you said that, Charles.
Crack cocaine.
again, it's like whatever you invest in, um, either becomes your life giver or your life depleter. You know, um, if we invest in something to say that we're sick and we need medication, um, because we're sick of something,
Hey,
so
hey, Dean.
basically it's what we label ourselves with, isn't it?
Look at this picture, Dean. How somebody lined the sperm up with the brain and the spinal cord. Come on. You see, that's brilliant. I love it.
Yes, if it wasn't for the head, nothing would work, right? It's got to have a bit of direction. Even if it is a downhill one, it doesn't matter which way it's going. If it doesn't have a direction, it's you know, it's not moving. And that sperm needs to have a head on it to get into the egg. So it's the intention in the sperm itself, in the head of it. So really, it's, you know, I mean, I keep on breaking it down. It comes down to our intent, the intent, and it's all coming from the head. It doesn't come from the tail. The head manipulates the tail. So without a head, yeah, exactly, baby. Without a head, nothing works.
Hmm.
And if the head damaged, it damages other parts. And that's right. And Maureen just there, if the head's damaged, well, then you got, you know, the intent of the direction is damaged as well. So there's all these symbols there. You can look at them all, and all of them have a top, a head. Even the male, the female. So they say. So whether the head is aligned or disaligned, that's basically it. I can see that basically we're looking at, are we aligning our head correctly, or is something else manipulating it? And that's basically it. We either allow something to manipulate our direction.
Yeah.
Or
the Loni and the Lingam. The Yoni and the Lingam. I just learned that they call a penis a lingam. That's funny. Hey, mate. Play with the old lingam there. That's a horrible accent. That's horrible, man. I tried. One day, Dean, I'll get that accent down packed. I like the accent. Like, I don't even know what to call it. British? No, it's not British.
It's a pidgin English to me. What else? Access. Yeah. Well, the thing is, it's, you know, it's. I mean, things just words. Yeah, but every country's got their own accent. I got told.
Yeah. Where I live, you drive 45 minutes each way, or no. New York City, I'll say an hour and 15 minutes, depending traffic, maybe an hour and a half. On a good day, 45, 50 minutes. Totally different way they sound. You go up north, you start going to like Boston. That's about 2.5 hours, 3 hours from here, maybe less. Their accent's different. I mean, it's crazy. You go up to Maine, which is past Boston, further. 7 hours from where I'm at, 8 hours. They're speaking different. It's like, what the fuck? In the country here, in the States, you ain't got to go far, and people just sound different.
I do know in Invercargill and Dunedin, the lower end of the South Island, they sound more Scottish, and that's because of the origins of those people were Scottish, and they probably weren't influenced outside of that. When they arrived here, they held it because there wasn't such a diversity of people established in that area. You got a predominant nationality living in one area, so the predominance of that nationality is what causes the sound of the voice.
You notice how, all right, the back of the dollar bill, you got the all-seeing eye. The capstone's disconnected from the pyramid. Then you got the Masonic symbols where the all-seeing eye is disconnected from the capstone's it's all disconnected, broken. This one to the right, the gold one, the one that's mostly all gold, the way that piece is broken, it reminds me of the little piece in a light bulb. When it breaks, disconnects, no longer lights up, there's no power. That's what that reminds
filament,
me. Yes, that's what it symbolizes to me, that they broke the source's energy, and then it became two, the polarities. But regardless, to me, it looks like they broke the power.
They broke the power source. Yep.
Yeah, it's separated. Yeah. This is a little blurry, but if you look at the brain, take this, not the left one, the baby blue, but look at the one on the right. It shows the brain, it looks the same as a snake. That's what it's symbolizing. It, from the brain, from the penile, down the spine. Looks like
the head
a freaking
down to
snake.
the tail.
Yeah. Interesting. The keepers of the celestial knowledge kept hidden for mankind. Matthew 21:1. And when they drew nigh unto Jerusalem, and were come to Bethphage, unto the Mount of Olives, unto the Mount of Olives, then sent Jesus 2 disciples. Okay, what did that mean? Luke 21:37. And in the daytime he was teaching in the temple, and at night he went out and abode in the mount that is called the Mount of Olives, the garden. Now, what is that supposed to mean? Someone please enlighten me. And in the daytime he was teaching in the temple. Now, the temple is the brain, right?
Yes.
You're the temple, but I'm picturing like the third eye, the throne of God. You're in the temple. The third eye is the throne of God.
He was teaching the temple, which is, like the mind's eye. Yeah.
Yeah, or like what you see through your eyes, teaching through the daytime, because that you're awake in the daytime. You're programming through the eyes into the brain, the temple. Now, I'm not saying that's what it means, but that's what I'm picturing. And then it says at night he went out. Where? He went to sleep and went out into dreamland and abode in the mount that is called the Mount of Olives. Okay. night he went out and abode. What does abode mean? I forgot. Abode. I gotta look it up.
Dwelling. It's like a dwelling. Yeah.
Okay. He went out and abode.
So he went out and dwelled in the house of olives, or
yeah, it is. It says in law, it's a dwelling, or known as a residence, abode, domicile. Okay, cool. I don't know what that means. Mount. Oh, sniggity popper. This is at Mount Zion. Mount Zion. Lels the olive yard. Hold on. At night, he went out to the mount that is called the Mount of Olives. Don't tell me he was playing with the Wecker Pecker. Look, it's showing it. Oh no. He was waxing on and off. No, but seriously. See, I always knew the Ouroboros meant the an energy field or the spinning of the stars. All right, next. Look at that. Honey. I bought some honey last month to put in my to put on my pancakes, and let me tell you something. It was $16.99 for a decent, you know, and it says no. All it said was ingredients. It said honey, natural honey. And it made me think, natural honey has pieces of the honeycomb in it. There was none. And how much sugar did they add to it? So it's not natural. I hate when they say that.
Absolutely.
If I want natural honey, I got to go to this town called Berlin. That's next to the city I live in. And this guy, I used to go to work last summer doing landscaping. And we would pass by this guy who has bees in his backyard, and he would sell jars for $15 and $30, and it even has pieces of the honeycomb. So my best bet's to go to that guy. People say honey ain't good for you because it's honey throw up, but I disagree, man. It's all plant. They're going for the sugar in the plant, right?
It's natural sugars too, not like
yeah. Well, that's what I mean. Some of these people add sugar to it to make it more, and that ruins it.
But
to
they're
me.
not
Like, why
only
would
doing
people
that,
do that?
but there's another side of it too, Chuck, is that they're actually feeding their bees syrup.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, I seen a picture of a guy who lived near an M&M factory, and the honey was turning blue and green, and he was wondering why, because the fucking bees were getting into the factory and getting the like you said, they were taking the sugary, I guess, M&M coating or something, or I don't know, but that's how they were getting it. How true that is, I don't know. I don't know if bees can go into a fucking factory and take, but
well, the thing is that bees, if they can't source the flowers, the nectar that they need,
yeah, they're gonna seek sugar.
Is what they need, right?
Yeah.
And so they'll source it elsewhere, and they will find it. They will find it.
Mm-hmm.
If if you leave an old jar of sugar sitting out on there, it won't take long if you've got a bit of water in it for the bees to start smelling it and come and start eating it, right? Yep. So that's only going to stand to reason if they're finding a source of say byproduct that's been thrown out of a shop, and it's just in the bin, the wheelie bin outside. They're still going to go and feast on it. It doesn't matter what you do with it, you know. Yeah. And I just did a little like bees, because I want to get myself a beehive. But they say, oh, you got to feed them with a syrup, 1 part sugar and 1 part water. Well, to me, that's not honey, is it? You know, that's sugar. So, you know, they're going to feed on syrup, sweet syrup, doesn't matter what it is, because they need the sugar. But you know, it's up to us as to define what is organic and what is not. And the only way to really have organic is that the bees are getting natural sugars from flowers, from nectar, not artificialized sugar. I mean, most of the sugar they use for the syrup for bees now is bloody bleached sugar, you know. It's white sugar. It's even
I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it. And that's what fires me up. Yeah, I'm gonna jump off of here at 5 hours. The Holy Grail. This is what I think the Holy Grail is. Anytime, Dean. Oh no, did I double this picture up? Hold on. Boop. Oh shit, the Dodge Ram is the woman's reproductive system. Just like the cross. And I always knew Mother Mary was coming out the vagina, man. I knew it. The Vesica Pisces, the center part, is the vaginal. She was coming out of it. I knew it. And people say, oh, that's blasphemy, Chuck. And look, the vaginosis, the vaginosis, the vagi. Hit that G spot and wah, you get a baby. The vaginal canal. Venus is the Ankh, aka Tree of Life, aka X chromosome, aka Morning Star, Sekhmet. The yoni, the vagina. What was the other word? The yoni and I forgot.
Thanks very much for having me up and dropping me the link. And yeah, it's been a very interesting morning. I want to say thanks very much.
More. You can't escape yet, Dean. Got a couple more.
My arm's looking a lot better today.
Huh? Your arm?
My arm is looking a lot better. It's healing up. Yep, nicely. Yep.
That's real good. I don't know what this is, but it was interesting to look at. It's describing water. Anyway, that's boring. It'll heal
I
up
see.
quick, Dean.
Queensland. I just wanted to drop that. That Queensland's got a cyclone going into part of it at the moment. The northern part of Queensland. Just to let people know.
What's in Queensland? Queensland.
Queensland, Australia. There's a cyclone.
Oh,
Kuri or something it's called.
and that's crazy. We're looking at cyclones.
Mm.
Or the shape, the sacred geometry. It's like a vesica, it's like a caduceus.
Well, the conical shell, which is, that's the one on the top right there, or the one left.
Yeah.
Represents almost the DNA.
Yeah, like
right?
this too. The seashell, the musical note. Go ahead, Dean.
Even
You're
the
saying
DNA structure.
Yeah. True.
No, just it even looks like the structure of DNA, like the cymatics, if you could look at it from the top.
It's all energy, like sound, frequency, tone, vibration. It's all from the source. Light, the Pingala, and the, what is that? The Ida? The third eye is the link connecting humans with the spiritual world, or, to be more correct, with the higher spiritual nature of themselves. When Kundalini reaches this point, divine consciousness is attained. In the ordinary individual, the tube of the Sushumna, or Sushamna, I think it's Sushumna, or Sushumna, is closed. But by yoga, it is opened so that there is direct connection between the sacral plexus at the base of the spine and the pineal gland at the head. Kundalini remains coiled until she rises through Sushumna into the brain, where she is awakened by the activity. What happened, Dean? Uh-oh. The Uraeus. The Uraeus, the Caduceus, and the Kundalini in one. The Pingala. The Ida. I knew a chick named Ida once. I guess Dean got zapped out of here or something. Let me look in the private chat. Dean, where are you? Oh, I only got 2 left anyway. 6. Sex. Pretty interesting. The yoni and the lingam. That's the word I was looking for. The male and female is a 6-pointed star. We know that. Tantra is not a sex-only art. It requires the spirit and inevitably heart as well. Deep intimacy is what is cultivated to pierce to the core of our being, and that of another to aid them in their quest as well. Full exploration. We are each a polarity, male or female, and are to assist the other in self-discovery as well as primarily completion as a result. A relationship comes along with tantric spiritual sexuality or sacred sexuality practices, and it aids in cultivating the entirety of the being as a result via cleansing the aura, clearing the chakra system, and aligning to higher vibration via developing and using the most powerful magic of all through these techniques. That oldest and most powerful Pinaka called love. Only with love is the tantric sexual union capable of its most potent feats or effect. Interesting. I thought for a minute I thought these were testes, but I was wrong. In the upper left. That's all right, Dean. Thanks for coming up, man. Axis, Dominic, Dean. Who else came up today? Naga, Sir Drop, B what it is. Who else is up here? Am I forgetting someone, Dean? B what it is. I think that's everybody. No, Michigander didn't come up. Hope I'm not forgetting someone. Oh, Lonnie. All right. Peace to everyone in the chat. Alchemos83. Who else is left? Come on. Mesa Melt. Forever Love 774. See how far. Annunaki. Mark Basket. S. Don McRon. I'm running. Oops. It's not going to let me go all the way back. Holy shit. I know there's more people. Look within. I know there's more people here than this. Kimba. It's just like the same 6 people over and over and over. I said Nagatini. Void came through. Damn, I didn't see that. Jay Heighton. Peace to everyone, man. I'll be here forever going backwards. Panda Head 68. Candy. Peace to everyone. I appreciate you all. If I forget anyone's name, it's not on purpose. Joe King. Peace to everyone. Like I said, man, I'm out. I'm about to go grub.